evening and welcome everybody to the 6th week of the European Pro League for Rainbow Six Siege. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum and here's Kickstar. Kix, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Blood. As always, looking forward to the matches we have for you guys today. We'll be finding out which two teams are going to guarantee themselves a spot at LAN and who's going to have to fight for that third slot coming out of EU today. Yeah,
so the European scene has 3 teams making it to LAN. We've got 4 teams that are going to be in the playoffs. They're all going to be shown today in their 2 best-of-3 matches. Let's take a look at how they got here. Let's take a look at Group A for the brackets. And this has started out in what would look like a very tough brackets. We start out with PENTA Sports and Supremacy, Team Vitality, and Playing Ducks. Now, unfortunately for Team Vitality, they took the double loss and were the first team eliminated from Group A. PENTA Sports went on to just secure their spot here in the playoffs today by winning their first 2 series. And then Supremacy and Playing Ducks had to play in that decider matchup, and Supremacy came out on top 2-1 to secure the 2nd seed out of Group A. That means PENTA Sports and Supremacy are going to be playing here tonight in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, just to touch on this, like you were talking about, seemed like a really strong group, and no one really was predicting that Supremacy of all teams was going to be making it to that top 2 out of Group A. I mean, if anything, they were the underdog team from this whole group. Meanwhile, Vitality and Playing Ducks, 2 titans that we were expecting to be seeing at this, well, at least into the playoffs, unfortunately unable to make it.
And I mean, it's worth noting here that, like you said, Supremacy were quote-unquote the underdogs. They started out of the, I think they were the 2nd seed out of the Challenger League. They had to go up against PENTA to start off their season here. They then had to go up against Team Vitality and Playing Ducks. So they've played all 3 teams in Group A, only lost to PENTA.
And that match that we saw against PENTA Esports, that was really where we saw Supremacy kind of say, hey, we're here, we're ready to go. Because we weren't expecting them to put up as much of a fight against PENTA as they did. I mean, PENTA, of course, the team that won the previous LAN finals, it was looking like it was just going to be a through-and-through 2-0. But no, Supremacy really did show us some talent there.
Yeah, that was kind of their make it or break it, their wake-up game, saying their statement game, if you will.
Yeah.
And looking at it here, I didn't realize until just now, but Supremacy, each and every game they've played have gone to overtime. PENTA Sports Supremacy, Supremacy Team Vitality, Playing Duck Supremacy. All 2-1 victories or losses for Supremacy, which I think is going to mean we're going to see an overtime game here today when they go up against ENCE later on this evening.
I mean, again, just all the way back to what we started with. Tough group. But let's take a look at Group B, which is going to be where we will be having 2 of our other teams coming from that will be playing today. ENCE Sports versus Unknights. ENCE came out on top, put themselves into the winner's bracket. Millenium versus G-Bots. Millenium with a swift 2-0 pushed G-Bots down into the loser's match. G-Bots, unfortunately, did get eliminated as well, put down into that 4th seed. And, you know, we didn't see, just to touch on G-Bots real quick, we didn't see the G-Bots, I feel like, in this group stage that we saw at the previous season's LAN, because they did make it to the semifinals. They did a really good job.
Yeah, G-Bots was definitely just one of those teams that I'm just like, what changed?
What happened, yeah. But we did have Millenium and ENCE Esports battle it out in that winner's match, and as you can see, ENCE Esports propelled themselves into that 1st seed coming out of Group B. Although they did do it through 2 overtime, best of 3 full map played matches, they did still get that nice, you know, quick win all the way through 2 matches. Millenium, meanwhile, did manage to beat out Unknights and put themselves into that 2nd seed coming out of Group B. And Unknights and G-Bots, of course, going to be the ones then that will not be playing in the season moving forward.
And like you had called out here, ENCE Esports got into the overtime for both of their games as well, which just means it's almost a guarantee.
Yeah.
We're going to see Supremacy and ENCE Esports go head-to-head in 3 full maps. But let's take a look at our playoff brackets now. As we know, ENCE Esports and Millenium are going to come out of Group B, PENTA and Supremacy out of Group A. And the top seed from Group A, which is PENTA Sports, is going to play the 2nd seed from Group B, which is Millenium. The flip side of that's going to happen here, where ENCE Esports, the top team out of Group B, will be playing Supremacy, which is the 2nd team out of Group A.
Yeah, in both of these matches, we have a French team, Millenium and Supremacy, both representing the French community. But on the other end of the field, you've got, again, 2 of the... Well, I think, honestly, right now where it stands, the majority of the community is looking to ENCE and PENTA Esports as being those absolute European titans. I mean, PENTA won the last season quite definitively. They've been looking pretty strong in this season so far. ENCE Esports, something happened when they got picked up by ENCE. By the way, of course, if you do not know, ENCE is the team previously known as Sisu. the Finnish team. They were picked up by ENCE as an organization, and since then, they have kind of showed us something a little bit different. Their gameplay has taken a shift for the slightly more aggressive. We saw in the most recent matchup that, again, that aggression really shined through, and the question then remains, are they going to be able to maintain that? Because we've seen this from them in the past. We've seen this from Sisu way back in the previous season, where they went up against Mirage, and they got a 10-0. They were really aggressive. They seemed super strong. And then suddenly something after that, they just fizzled. All of the momentum and seemingly the new game style just didn't show through. And the question is, will ENCE be able to maintain that going up against Supremacy now, who is also one of those teams, mid-match adaptations, really aggressive, tries to take their fight, same as Millenium, same as PENTA. You know, will they be able to fit into that role, which is seemingly becoming the standard for Pro League teams in this season?
Yeah, I feel like one of the things that happened to ENCE is very similar to what happened to a lot of the North American teams, is they got very comfortable, very complacent in their position, in how good they were.
Right.
And then last season, the Latin American scene stirred all that up. They showed that, hey, we're a new region coming into this World Pro League scene, and we need to be heard. And they were heard.
Yeah.
And I think that woke up the North American scene, obviously, and I think it also woke up ENCE Esports here this season.
No, I definitely agree. I mean, getting eliminated in the first bracket of that last final must have been tough for Sisu, now known as ENCE.
Yeah, I mean, it was ENCE as well as all three North American teams. Not to bring up the sore thumb from North America, but those are the four teams.
I think we all know. I think we all know that they recognize it and they're like, okay, we gotta fix this. So, I mean, moving into the next finals, it's gonna be really interesting. Are we gonna have something reflected similar to what we saw in the previous final, or are these teams gonna be waking up?
I think they're going to be waking up here. But that, again, ladies and gentlemen, these are our top 4 teams coming out of the European scene. Let's take a look at our schedule today to see just what matches are going to be played first, starting off with PENTA Sports and Millenium. Now, those are going to be the top, like I said, the top seed from Group A playing the second seed from Group B. And then our second match of this evening is going to be Supremacy versus ENCE Esports.
Yeah, and all 4 of these teams are very evenly matched. I mean, let's just, to be completely honest, I think we're going to be seeing 2 overtime matches today. I think today is going to be a long day for these for these 4 teams.
It's going to come down to stamina and endurance, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about that from time to time on, yes, teams practice, okay, they might have a scrim on 1 map or a scrim on 2 maps or however it may be. But if you're going, I mean, we saw last season or 2 seasons ago a 33-round series. And it was like, I don't know many people that could actually continue the level of play, that high level capacity of play for 33 straight rounds.
I mean, I remember back in year 1, season 2, when we were playing at LAN, and we played 2 matches in a row, and it was exhausting. I mean, it really gets to you.
It was. And so here we are, ready for our first interview of the day. It's going to be with Pengu. Here, let's take a look at him here. Pengu, how are you doing today?
Hello, Mr. Sean, and of course, Cakes himself. I'm doing great. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for being here with us. Now, from PENTA, we know you guys were the champions from Season 1 of this past year. I remember talking with you at LAN, and you had mentioned that might have been you or Fabian. You had mentioned that PENTA was on a curse where you guys could only make it to LAN and only win at LAN on the first season of every year. Are you going to change that up today? Are you going to break that curse and make it to LAN this season?
Well, tonight is a big night for us because, as you said, it is breaking the curse. But not only that, but there's a friend in the path of that success, right? We got Falco, a Millenium now. My red hair could be a celebration for him, I guess you could say. And I hope we break the curse. I want to break the curse, but worst case scenario, we got another shot next week, right? So there's always that.
Worst case scenario, you still have that 3rd spot that you could find next week. But one of the things I want to talk about, we've talked about it in the past, I think it might have been a season or 2 ago, is about scrimmages and scrimming other teams. And for the community at home who are having trouble identifying what is the purpose of a scrim, I want to talk briefly about your philosophy. What is your philosophy or PENTA's philosophy when it comes to a scrim?
Well, scrimming is, to put it simple, it's basically a higher, ELO ranked or a weaker Pro League. It's us, like our team PENTA, against a different Pro League team or a Challenge League team, 5 versus 5 on the maps, accordingly to ESL. And the purpose of the scrim is not to win, but to learn and to adapt. So let's say you're having issues with basement bombs out on Oregon. You can be like, yo, guys, can we play Oregon 5 times in a row? You attack in this way. We defend it in this way. Or if you're really bad at retaking, you can set up a certain scenario where you can practice that retake. So it's more of like a playground, like a learning exercising mechanic tool, rather than, all right, we're going to scrim Sisu, we're going to beat them 5-0 on every map, and we're going to feel good about ourselves. Because winning in a scrim doesn't mean much. You know, if you win in ranked, you get elo points. In scrims, you get nothing. And nobody's there to see it. So it's just like it's a playground, so to speak.
So I think that's one of the, just to reiterate, one of the things you had mentioned is that you can set up different scenarios. If you find out that your team is weak or struggling on, let's say, retaking a bomb site, you can work together with the team you're scrimming and saying, okay, let's set up this scenario, let's practice this. And I think that's a step that a lot of teams miss, is they just want to go out and try to win in a scrim. They want to beat the team above them or however it may be. So what you're saying is at this high-level play in the Pro League, you're not necessarily just trying to go out and win in a scrim. You're working on things. You're bringing new things to the table and trying to make them viable and test things, basically.
Yeah, it's scrimming is also giving and taking. Like if we scrim a certain team, we need to give them something from us, like let's say a strat we haven't shown before, or a different version of that strat. And then in return, they give us the same thing so that we both learn a new piece of this hidden meta. So like we got like the French team, you know, we got 4 French teams in Pro League, at least for this season, and they scrim each other a lot. So when we scrim a French team, like as a non-French team, we see like a little insight to that whole French boot camping that got on. And then when they scrim us, they get a piece of that non-French meta that's going on. So we kind of give each other bits and pieces.
Great, that's good to hear. So we want to close out here, but before I do, I want to ask you, is your hair going to stay red if you make it to LAN, or is it going to change colors before we see you here in Cologne, Germany?
I think it's gonna change a little bit because there is quite some time to Gamescom and it will fade away. So maybe some green, some yellow, some rainbows and sunshines. We'll see.
Rainbows, six colors of rainbows maybe. However, ladies and gents, not ladies and gents, Penta, Pengu, let's close out here. Anything you want to say before we finish off?
As the Blackbeard main that I am, I'm of course ripping my Blackbeard t-shirt. So I just want to point that out there to the people watching that if you are a Blackbeard main or a Twitch main, you got to believe in it and go all the way. It's a lifestyle, right? You got to go with it.
So what you're saying is you're getting a tattoo on your hand, right?
Like ironic, dude. Yeah.
Ironic.
A Danish brother.
All right. Pengu, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck to your team today.
Thank you.
There it is, Pengu. I like the wisdom about the scrims there. That was something that I think a lot of teams are going to take away and be like, this is how we can improve on our team, on our strats, and on our play.
I like that he changes his hair as much as he changes his mice.
So, ladies and gents, that is Penta. Let's take a look at their lineup now.
Yeah, Penta Esports going to be Pengu, Fabian, Junis, Goga, and KS. This is a to-be-feared roster, which has been showing us, as of late, some tremendous things. They did, of course, win the previous season. The player here that isn't going to, well, the player that isn't going to be here, that was playing for Penta at the finals last season is Falco, who is actually, as we talked about earlier, going to be on the other side of the fence here in this match, playing for Millenium now. He was that 7th player who was often rotated on the squad. So apart from him, it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, I agree. Like, we're seeing I mean, we talked with Penta at the LAN event last season, and they had said, we have a 6-man team. Not a 5-man and a sub, but a 6-man team that they feel very comfortable interchanging that player out, and that was KS and Falco. Falco has since moved on. He's now on Millenium. KS has filled that spot full-time now, and one of the things, I mean, it's not necessarily a big thing to call out here, but the IQ play from KS. We've seen him play IQ quite often, and I think he brings that sense of information gathering to the attacking squad that you don't necessarily get on many other teams. We've seen IQ on teams such as VG, such as Flipside, and other teams, but IQ still is trying to work its way into some rosters.
I feel like IQ is an operator that is, again, is super situational. It really just comes down to, like, it's like Capitao, you know, when you need a Capitao, you really need a Capitao. When you need an IQ, it's the same story. You need to clear out those cameras. You need to get rid of the mute jammers that you know are going to be there. Absolutely. Bring an IQ.
All right, and so that is our roster here for Penta Sports. Pengu, Fabian, Eunice, Goga, and KS. Now, our second team of the evening here for this best-of-3 series is going to be Millenium. However, let's get right underway and we'll take a look at their roster here. It's going to be Renshiro, Liven, Yogurts, Stizzy, and Falco.
Now, a really good all-French lineup here coming from Millenium. Falco, of course, one of those all-time star players that has been around since the very beginning of the rest of these guys here. This is actually a little bit of a kind of a little bit of a reunion of Youngtis, you know, and
Mm.
not entirely, of course, but quite a lot of faces here showing us what we've seen from them in the past. And this team does have a lot of synergy as they, again, are all French.
Yeah, and you can see that Falco came onto the roster partway through the season. Ranchero Live and Yogurts and Stiz all have 67 rounds played. Falco coming in with 23, which was from the last week's game, I believe. Has he been on for 2 series or just the last series?
I think just the last one.
I believe so.
Yeah, he only just recently joined this roster, whatever the case be. And, you know, you would normally say that a player being brought on so recently, there's going to be a little bit of synergy lost, of course. But when it comes to Falco, I think he's going to fit just fine on the team.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, he previously was on this team.
Yeah, and on that note, to elaborate just a little bit, actually, I remember the interview we had with Millenium just prior was that the reason they rotated, I think it was Hansen, for Falco, the reason they brought Falco on there is because what was happening was there wasn't enough synergy between Hansen and the rest of the team, and Falco kind of fits that hole, that void that Millenium had previously, and we actually did see them play very well in their match. So I think that Falco's gonna be a great addition here. Now, of course, based upon polling, it does seem like it's going to be a decidedly decided match. I think it was about 80% to 20% in favor of Millenium, but I think that the community's not giving Millenium enough credit here.
I don't think so. I mean, I think they might be forgetting that a year ago, Season 2 of Year 1, this team Millenium that was previously known as Youngtis had taken the crown at the Season 2 LAN Finals, which obviously, or not obviously, but ironically enough, was in Cologne, Germany.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I remember I was there. I lost to them. But yeah, no. We do have quite a roster that knows each other. They're going to be ready to go up against Penta here today, and more importantly, they play on the same level as Penta. This isn't some team that managed to squeeze their way in through the Challenger League and force their way out there. They really do deserve to be here, and they have shown us some amazing things through the playoffs so far this season.
They have, and I mean, this is one of the things I want to look forward, and I am looking forward to these two teams duking it out today, and I think we will see that third map, whatever it may be, which we'll get underway with the map bans later. But before we do, let's take a look at our top 5 picked attack operators coming out of the European scene, starting with Hibana.
Sledge, Ash, Thatcher, and Blackbeard going to be those follow-ups here, and you can see an 87 to 59, well, 60, let's say, % stretch, so not a big deviation there. Hibana obviously going to be that #1, as you expect to see throughout every single region. Let's be honest, I think she is #1 across the board. She's got that destructibility, great guns, and 3 speed. Sledge, soft wall destructibility, also great weaponry, and grenades, just for the extra top off there. Ash, pretty much the same as Hibana, but soft walls, flat, and as well as that, she can get rid of those barbed wires. Thatcher going to be clearing out electronic devices like no other, and then we have, and he's also just a very consistent fragger, let's be completely honest there. Blackbeard, meanwhile, at 59.1%, not as high as we see coming out of the North American region, but not as low as we see out of the Latin American region. Europe striking a nice fine balance there with Blackbeard at 60%.
Yeah, the Ash number here, though, 67.7%, basically 2/3 of the rounds she's picked. That's, in my eyes, a lot lower compared to the other regions. I want to say the European Pro League has chosen Ash in the least amount of fashion than the others.
European Pro League's always been the slowest of all of the Pro Leagues, not in a like they're slow and bad sort of way, in that they are slower and more methodical in their pushes, in their holds, and it really does show that they try to strive to make everything to be perfect. Now, of course, there are plenty of exceptions in terms of teams and players individually throughout the European region to that statement, but they are there. They do have a much more slower pace than the majority of regions.
Yeah, so there it is, ladies and gents. Those are our top 5 picked attackers coming out of Europe. Now let's take a look at our top 5 defenders. It's going to be a little bit smaller of a gap here, starting with Jaeger.
Yeah, Smoke Bandit, Mira, and Valkyrie going to be your bottom 4, and this is, you guessed it, ladies and gentlemen, the same exact 5 from every single region, I do believe.
Yes.
Unless there may have been some changes after the last play day that we had in the Latin American region, there have been very consistently a Jaeger, Smoke Bandit, and a Mira, and then a Valkyrie to finish things off in our top 5 defenders for every region. 90% for Jaeger, great gun, great mobility, barbed wire, ADSs to catch grenades, gotta love Jaeger. Smoke, 82%. He is going to be your area denial with those gas canisters, barbed wire even, or impacts, if you so choose. Shotgun for construction of the bomb site, opening up rotation holes, murder holes, what have you. SMG-11 as a secondary. I mean, if you're going to be bringing a shotgun and sacrificing all the ammo on that to open up a wall, you want that secondary to be good, and the SMG-11 is arguably the best. Bandit, MP7. Definitely a good gun, 3 speed, and then 3 barbed wire above all others. And then on top, just to top everything off, he does have those batteries to deny entry to reinforced walls, or just get some drones on some barbed wire. Mira, 75.0%. She is going to be that information gathering along with Valkyrie on those cameras.
Yeah, and out of this scene, I think Valkyrie is the lowest as opposed to the other scenes where we've seen, I believe in the Latin American scene, Bandit was the lowest. He was kind of chosen as that rotational operator. Here in the European scene, it's looking like Valkyrie has been selected as the one that they can fall off, maybe pick up the Pulse or pick up the Castle or whatever it may be, even the Echo from time to time.
I mean, we talked about this earlier. When it comes to the European and the North American scene, there's still a little bit of a mixed train of thought when it comes to Valkyrie and her MPX. I mean, we even saw from the North American scene on Slashug, VG, that he used the Spaz instead of the MPX. He was forced to play. Obviously, his team's like, okay, guys, you need to play Valkyrie. We have to have a Valkyrie. We need those cameras. But when it comes to comfort of the players, Valkyrie isn't necessarily a definitive for Europe or North America, whereas in Latin America, it seems like everybody's in love with that MPX.
Now, that is going to be our top 5 pick defenders coming out of Europe. Let's get underway here momentarily with our map bans. It's going to be starting off with ENCE, or sorry, not ENCE, it's going to be Millenium. Millennium's going to ban first here. Now, with the ban phase, it starts off with 9 maps in the pool, followed up by 3 bans back and forth between both teams here, leaving 3 maps left to go in the queue. Now, once we reach those final 3 maps, Millennium is going to choose one to play on, and then we're going to have Penta select the second map to play on. That third and final map is going to be the last remaining map, and that's going to be the decider. Again, Millennium's going to start off the first ban. Let's take a look at what they have to ban off. Coastline, saying, Penta, we know you are very flexible on all of your maps. We're just going to get rid of the ones that I want to say they're probably least favored on.
Yeah, so Penta's bans are going to be entirely counter bans. They're going to be banning out the maps they know Millennium to be most proficient on. And that is because Penta, and we have discussed this with them in the past, and they're very open about this fact, are comfortable on every single map in this pool. All 9 of them. They've practiced every single one, and they're ready to go. So Millennium is going to be banning out the maps they're not comfortable with, as you can see here with Coastline and Skyscraper. That stands to reason. They haven't practiced it more than likely. And Penta's just going to be like, oh, well, we don't want to play Millennium on Cafe. Maybe we don't want to play Chalet right now, and they get to preference it out.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, we talked about it before with Penta, how they're comfortable on every single map, and I'm sure there's some people thinking, how can a team be comfortable on every single map? And it's because of the philosophy that Penta brings to their strategies, and it's the sense of that they are fluid, they work more on mid-game or we'll call it mid-game communication, mid-game information, as opposed to we have this set strategy, we're going to set up this way, and we're going to stick with it from beginning to end of round. They're able to adapt mid-round, able to adapt mid-game, and when you can adapt and you're able to understand the meta and not necessarily follow into it or fall into it, you're able to do that on any single map.
Yeah, so our 3 maps are going to be Border, Consulate, and Oregon, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, no surprises there. That reminds me of the previous matches we had in this season in the group stages. It got a little bit different towards the decider matches and then some of the playoffs we had earlier in this week, but this is a map pool that we expect to see from the rest of the group stages earlier on in like week 4, 3, and 2, and 1.
Yeah, this is actually, I want to say this is kind of what I was expecting during the first, we'll call it the decider matches last week and previous, is because you don't necessarily throw a curveball out, or either you don't show your hand, or you don't just really try something brand new. And we saw multiple coastlines. We saw Skyscraper popping in and out. I think that Skyscraper popped into the European scene last week. But Border will be our first map chosen by Millennium. They're going to start on defense, as Penta has chosen to start on attack. Our second map is either going to be one of the last 2. We'll see. Obviously, one of the last 2.
Yeah.
We'll see what Penta picks here.
I think they can't go wrong. on Consulate.
They have been, but I think Millenium might has a little pocket because they've got Falco now. Falco used to be on Penta.
True.
They brought Falco on specifically for the Consulate play. So I think Falco understands exactly how Penta plays Consulate. They could be using that to their advantage.
You know, it's difficult, though, when you try to bring that philosophy to a team, and I've seen it before in the past, where the team will actually pick up a player exclusively to get an advantage over another rival team that that player used to play for. And it's difficult when you put yourself in that spot of like, okay, we need to get as much information as we can about the other team from this one player. And it sometimes can be beneficial, sometimes not. But the thing that really that makes me think that that's not going to matter too much is that Penta is just the adaptation kings.
Yeah.
They just do whatever, they go wherever the flow takes them. And Falco, I mean, don't get me wrong, Falco, arguably one of the best Consulate players out there individually. But this is a team game. I mean, we're talking about 5v5. We're talking about, you know, synergy. And I think that Penta really has it down on Consulate.
I think they do.
Although I get what you're saying though, because I mean, arguably you have Pengu. Very predictably, he's going to rappel onto that A balcony every single time they attack top floor.
Yep.
We're going to have an admin push. I mean, you're right. There's a lot of predictability to it. I mean, we'll see how it plays out. We'll see what happens.
We know for a fact that Penta's going to be going onto the first floor. Previously when we've seen them, they've gone first floor, basement, top floor, first floor. They've gone out of the 4 rounds that they'll typically play on defense, they'll do 2 in the main floor. And we've seen multiple times, I think it was Fabian, that center window outside of the bathroom in the hallway between the 2 bomb sites on first floor. He's the one that showed us, okay, open up the bottom of it, almost prep that window to jump out, but instead he looks up to the balcony from that angle, and we've seen him get multiple kills from there. So that's also one of the predictable things, which we'll probably see Millenium be looking at.
We also saw that from ENCE. I mean, there's going to be, you know, that's an angle that is kind of found itself into the Pro League a little bit more so on Consulate. And I think it's going to be one of those, like you said, it's going to be pre-fired almost every single time.
Now, with Millenium, I mean, so we're talking about Consulate at the moment. Consulate is going to be our second map. With Millenium going on to Consulate, nothing from this past season sticks out to me that says Millenium is very adept on Consulate. I mean, other than the addition of Falco. But
Falco's obviously going to be bringing a huge element of play to that map, but we are playing Border first.
Yes, we are.
Millenium picking Border, I think, again, is an interesting pick. I think that's them showing that they're not super confident on Consulate. I mean, despite the fact that they've been brought on Falco.
Now, we are going to get underway in our first map of this best-of-3 series. It is Millenium, it is Penta Sports, and we are here on Border. Let's tune on in and see those operator selections, starting with Millenium on attack, Penta on defense.
IQ, Blackbeard, Hibana, Ash, Sledge versus a Smoke Bandit, Mira, Valkyrie, Castle. IQ, somewhat a surprise, but not really. I mean, we're talking about Border here. There's going to be a lot of contention over on that north side of the building, going for those north balcony control. And IQ basically single-handedly makes that possible for the attackers, getting out those cameras that will almost certainly be thrown out. Now, Penta's going to start down in the ventilation, which I think we've seen them do before. They do like to mix things up, keep the other team on their toes, and this is a good call here from Penta. Is going to mean that there will not be a Thermite on the Millenium side. Now, Thermite's not essential on an upstairs or a downstairs attack, but on a downstairs attack especially, it's going to slow the attackers down even more. Where if you're defending Armory, you're going to reinforce those top floor walls, right? And then they're going to try and open those single layer walls open, and that's fine. You could do that with Hibana. Now, when you're defending a ventilation, you're going to reinforce both the downstairs walls and the upstairs walls. And there's just an extra layer of defense that you might not have enough Hibana charges to get all the way through. We'll see how it is Millenium chooses to attack it, though, if they go for a top-down clear, as we see so commonly done here, or if they'll simply push in through that tellers into bathroom.
Yeah, I think it might have been Unknights, if I recall correctly, or some team I remember played this very differently, where they would play horizontally first time around on defense, they then play vertically the second time around on defense on this bomb site. And it was almost like watching the difference between holding on Cafe, holding the mining room and fireplace vertically with a 5-man offsite, or horizontally 5-man offsite, or playing it vertically with Piano.
Yeah, and it was really cool to see that in the middle of a game. You know, usually a team will pick one and commit to it, and being able to change on the fly is really nice. And that's what we're going to be seeing a lot of from both of these teams, obviously. Teams well known for their adaptation in mid-range, or mid-match game analysis.
You can see Falco pre-firing some of the most common spots that you'll see players duck themselves into, especially inside of the fountain. But we have PENTA here. 3 members from PENTA are going to be inside of the archives. They're going to open up the bathroom, or not the bathroom, the server drop hatch leading down into the unit there.
And Millenium's just trying to push on through these main office into archives, get control over that armory. Once they have control over the armory, they're going to start to open up holes in the floor, get that vertical game established, and try to pressure the anchors. They've got to deal with these roamers first, though, and that's the first big hurdle. It does seem like Millenium's actually not going to focus on archives or armory. They're just going for a offices teller into bathroom take, and this is something we've seen. I think it was pioneered by Vertical Gaming in quite a while ago. I think maybe in year 1, season 3, or this last season, but it is a very well polished attack.
All right, so Goga has been spotted out here. Renshiro's going to go for a little bit of a shot through the wall. Misses target, as that is going to be a half wall that is indestructible or impenetrable. 50 seconds left to go, still a 5-on-5. Renshiro's going to lead the spearhead in, but he did not see necessarily Eunice on the left side of the doorway there. However, Goga gets tapped. He's going to move on over, back himself up in between the lockers on the window side inside of the locker site. Eunice still going to lay down a couple fires from the middle site, and we have Stizzy picks up the first kill onto KS. That's taken out the Mira. That was also down inside of the servers. We're going to have one retreat back onto site. All of PENTA is now back here, except for Goga, who's here still trying to lay down as much pressure as possible. Nades are going to come in. Renshiro picks up the kill as Stizzy gets another one. Eunice going to trade it off here onto Stizzy. Picks up a double kill, and then Fabian will get traded out by Eunice. A 1-on-3 now, with Eunice being the last man alive. He's got to grab this ace. He starts it off nicely. He grabs for a 3rd kill, but is traded off instantly by Renshiro, and that's going to be round 1 going to Millenium.
Nice try there from Eunice, but as you can clearly tell, Millenium seeming very dominant on that attack, and it might have actually been a miscalculation on PENTA's part to be going down at the ventilation first. They didn't really seem to have much control over the archive side of that top floor defense, and they defaulted a little bit too early. Now, here's the problem with their default. What we saw from PENTA in that last round was they didn't just fall back to the site or just hold upstairs and draw a line in the sand. They half defaulted, half held.
Yep.
We saw Goga. Yeah,
Goga stayed
we
up.
saw Goga on that Valkyrie stay upstairs far too long, and then he's basically a dead man at that point, being pushed by a Blackbeard, and then he's got an IQ coming from behind him. No, he's done. So that's just a sacrifice there. That's just him dying for no reason. Meanwhile, the rest of his team falling back, which means they can't get those refrags, those so important refrags. Now Millenium has full control over the top floor. They've got the man advantage, and they just need to push on into the site and kill the anchors one by one, and that's just what they did there. Now, PENTA going to be going on to their attack. Millenium's going to be focusing on this top floor, not going to try and mix things up here. They want to go for the tried and true armory defense.
Yeah, and we are going to see more of a closer angle, a close-knit defense here inside of the offices. That's going to be the east end of that top floor. Basically, there's a couple different ways to hold that offices spot. We've seen it inside of the CCTV room, covering all of Fountain, all of office. We've seen it inside of Fountain, which is where we're seeing it now, covering the offices and reinforcing the west stairs wall. Typically, though, I mean, either are pretty viable.
Really just comes down to where it is that PENTA chooses to attack from, where those if those mirror windows are rendered useful or useless. Now, it does seem that PENTA wants to clear out the roamers. As you can see, Falco's being droned out by Fabian. KS is going to be the follow-up for that drone. It's not going to catch Falco, as Falco's already rotated over to the server stack, but KS will see that called out in just a second. Oh, a nice headshot there from KS onto Falco. That's a really important kill. Falco always able to wreak havoc when he's left to his own devices on his roam game, and in this case, he won't be able to do that.
Yeah, being taken out very early on, and he barely wasted any kind of time. I mean, yeah. PENTA still has 2 minutes, 2 whole minutes to try to fortify themselves and push their way in. A very successful bandit swap, though, as no one's underneath to try to push bandit off.
Yeah, it would have been a really efficient play if KS had rotated over to that front door immediately to get rid of this bandit. And more importantly, Goga could have equally just have waited. But we will have the wall opened nonetheless, and the second thermite charge is not essential for this push.
Yeah, they just want to open up the wall enough so that it can ultimately lead for a quick entry point in. Now behind the half wall is going to be Renshiro. There's most likely going to be a nade from KS to go up there. Looks like he's instead just going to shoot the floor. And he will not tag Renshiro down. The shotgun just does not do the damage it needs to, but the shock drone will get the final kill here. No, it won't. Looks like he gets destroyed. Renshiro is injured. Pengu has called out. They know there's one man down. It means they know that the last few members are going to be inside of the archives and lockers. Yorgurt's going to be behind the mirror window.
See, this is why you bring Doc.
Oh, a good shot there. Goga will fall to the headshot as Yogurts picks up the frag. Eunice and Pengu trying to move on in. There's still a C4 in the hands of Yogurts. He's now looking from behind, making sure that no one's going to go up the middle corridor. Plenty of time here. However, Pengu's tags one kill as Eunice gets traded on down by Yogurts. 2-on-1 now with Renshiro, still bleeding from behind the half wall.
He actually could get picked up right now if Yogurts went for it, but I think he's a little bit scared. No, he's going to go for the pickup, and he's going to get it. That's huge.
A bomb has been located.
He's going to try, and he will be successful. Pengu, though, smacks another kill down onto Yogurts. Last man alive is going to be Renshiro. Now, you know he's picked up. You know where he is. It's just a matter of trying to hold down the fort, and it looks as though they will give him the reign of the locker room. C4 is going to come on out by Pengu, and there Renshiro picks up one. Can he grab the kill there into Fabian? He's going to frag the right side, tries to pre-fire the wall. Fabian, however, does have the softer angle. Diffuser was successfully planted, though, and that means Fabian's going to be in the head as Renshiro moves on over, goes for the pre-fire, hits him just a little bit, but not enough, and Fabian showing that he's strong as a statue, able to get that kill down without taking a blink of an eye, and Fabian will win it. Penta now going up on round 2.
And right you are, a statue he was. Now, most players would have started flinching as soon as they got hit through the wall there. But Fabian just was like, okay, I'm going to hang out. I'm going to wait for you to peek the angle. I know you have to, and I'm going to win that fight. And he did just that to clutch out the round. Well played to him. And nice attempt there from Millenium. But to be honest, it was a lot closer than it needed to be. Penta seemed to have the round cinched. They unfortunately lost 2 players simply pushing into that mirror window that was left unhindered.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately they knew that it was going to be very difficult to try to get past that mirror window with
They had a Habana though. That's the perplexing part.
They used all 3. So what happened is once
you're right, yeah,
once the first thermite charge went away, they tried to Habana the bottom of that left panel.
That's just honestly, that's just overlapping there for Penta.
Yep.
Again, we talked about what I started this whole thing with is like, yeah, it could have been a lot easier of a round for Penta. They made it more complicated than it needed to be. They wasted their Habana charges completely. They wasted a thermite charge, although that's redundant. It doesn't change anything. Actually, it could have changed a little bit, but beside the point. They wasted a thermite charge, they wasted all of their Habanas, and because of that, they had to contend those mirror windows without any direct challenge, any way to actually win the fight. Mira then was left to kill 2 people who went for that, or attempted to get the defuse plant as far out as they could, and it was just 2 free kills. The angle was there for Mira, and that's all she wrote, really. Now, despite that, of course, Penta did manage to win the round, and now we've seen so far 2 successful attacks here on border and no successful defenses. As Millenium go on to their attack, they are going to be going into a Penta's armory hold, which is in contrast to what Penta tried the first round, which was ventilation. And this might be the mix-up that Penta needs. I think this is one of the reasons they go to different bomb sites for the first round, or even just rounds you don't expect. Even in overtime, they'll go to something weird. And I think the reason they do that is because they know they have the maneuverability. If they lose here, they'll go to the other site and they'll try to mix things up.
Yeah, they're still confident on it. It's not that they have a lack of confidence on this site. It's just that, hey, we're going to try it on this other site. If we don't get it, guess what? We'll go back to a confident site.
And being able to just maneuver mentally as well as actually in the game in that context is super important. It's a trait that not a lot of teams have. I think Millenium is a little bit more loose than a lot of other teams, so similar to Penta in that respect, but they're still not on the same, like, okay, we'll just do whatever we need to do to win. Yogurt's going to get the first kill onto Eunice. That's downstairs. One of the roamers eliminated. That seemed to have been... oh, yeah, that was through the hallway, so he went through box into the main hallway. That's a nice kill onto the roamers. That's the same exact roamer that was eliminated from Millenium last round, but not quite as early on. Already half of the round has progressed, and just now the roamer's being eliminated.
Now there is one set of Hibana pellets left to go, and you can see right here they've opened up the left and the right side wall, so they're going to have to pick one of them if they want to get inside. Age going to come on in. Fabians will try to answer with his own shot at some bullets there from the MP7. 60 seconds to go. Ranchero's trying to hold down the crossover from the Archives into Lockers. KS might fall victim to it here. He's going to tuck himself back into the corner of Archives by the window in the west-east balcony.
Falco looking for the fight. Ranchero as well, over by offices. A little bit of a spread out attack here from Millenium, and again, they have nothing to contend with this Mira, although it sounded like it was open just now.
It did sound like it was opened, and they also know that Pengu went behind the half wall, but the nades from Falco have already been utilized. So he's going to stick right there. He's going to have some smoke grenades in his hand, but he does get injured. That's going to be a call out, however. Fabian's going to try to trade on over, move in, and Stizzy, I don't think, saw him.
He's gonna get
so we are going to have him get picked up. The Liven tosses in one nade, tags down Pengu with a frag, and we have Stizzy able to get the shots down onto Fabian, but gets traded in return. You got 3-on-1 now. Goka's last man alive. He tags down Ranchero, goes for Liven, but misses, and we are going to have Millenium secure round number 3. They go up yet again in another round, 2-1.
So we've been seeing a lot of reflex between these two teams in the way that these rounds are conducted. The attackers very clearly, I mean, we've seen now 3 attack wins in a row. But more importantly, the roam game has been coming from both of the teams, but has been completely useless. I mean, it hasn't really done anything. When Penta defended ventilation first round, we saw the roam game upstairs just flop. When Millenium defended Armory, their first defense, we saw their downstairs run. That was Falco. He just completely got annihilated in the first 40 seconds. And then when we saw just now from Penta is the same thing. That roamer downstairs, sure, he wasted a little bit more time, but he didn't actually directly waste said time. It was just the attackers being slow. And thus we've seen now 3 attack wins outright, because the roam games haven't really been changing anything at all. And I think that is probably the most highly contributing factor to each of these losses. But more importantly, all these attacks seem to be extremely well conducted. Yep,
now we are going to have a rehost, ladies and gentlemen. It looks as though there might be a connection/ping issue for one of the players there on Millenium, as we saw. But with that, I mean, we're going to get underway with round number 4. And I think we are seeing the closeness between these two teams that we were expecting. Maybe not that the community was. They were thinking it was going to be an 80-20 victory in favor of Penta.
It was pretty extreme.
Yeah. But Millenium has come out very strong. They're going to lead after the 3rd round in this first map. But again, this is their pick. Consulate was Penta's pick, and the last and final map, if I remember correctly, was Oregon, which ultimately is we'll call it a common decider map for many teams.
Yeah, a common decider map, but usually it finds its way into the best of 3 somewhere. You know, Oregon's one of those maps that does show up, whether you like it or not. It's a good map, though.
Yes.
I think it's well-rounded. Maybe not as much as what we're seeing right now. Border and Consulate, 2 of probably, I think, widely considered to be the 2 most competitive maps in Siege right now.
I think so. I mean, Cafe used to be during Season 1. It's kind of fallen off.
Cafe, you know, Cafe is a competitive map. I mean, it's a good map, but I feel it's a little bit more linear than what we get out of these 2. I mean, Cafe's 2 staircases, you know. I mean, arguably 3 if you count the lobby one, but that doesn't go to all 3 floors. And there's so many bottlenecks. I mean, but whatever the case be, you know, on all of the maps that we have for this best of 3 today, they are going to be very well balanced.
One of the things I want to bring up, just as we fill up and talk about Border some more, I've heard the controversy that Skyscraper is similar to Border because of the balconies, but I don't necessarily get the same feeling in the sense of, yes, I know what you're thinking, in the sense that you have a balcony game on Skyscraper. You've got balconies that go almost all the way around the entire map. Same with Border, and
that actually that's a good point.
So,
but,
so what I want to get, and I want to get your opinion on, is what makes Border so much more viable, or why is it played so much more often than Skyscraper if people are arguing that, okay, it's similar in the sense that the balconies are similar, that they go around the map and people play the balcony game?
Well, outside of the balcony game, there's still many ways for you to conduct yourself on Border. You don't have to commit to that balcony game. That's not something that you That's not the only way to get into the building. On Skyscraper, it's a little bit more complicated. The other ways to get into the other avenues to make control over the building and start to poise yourself. So let's just talk about, we're talking about the context of an armory defense on border, and we're talking about a karaoke tea room defense on Skyscraper. So the two more common ones on both those bomb sites. Now, because the drum is open, and that gives the defenders then a distinct amount of control over the reception area. You can't really come in. Okay, that cuts off the entire east side of the building as an entry option for the attackers. They can't come from drum because that's a bottleneck. The defenders can easily hold that from a 90-degree angle. They also can't come from reception or the first floor of the east side. The only way they can come from east side is arguably through delivery, but if you're going to go through that, you're not going to go through east. You're just going to come through the delivery doorways. So the east entryway is kind of rendered useless. The whole east side of the building, when you're defending that floor, is just poof, it's kaput. That means that the attackers then get shuffled into those balconies in what we were talking about, or what you were talking about earlier with that balcony game. Whereas on border, so let's talk about an armory attack. You can come from CCTV, and that will force you into taking from the balconies. And that's why we see things like that mirror window facing towards the main hallway, which can also see the south door of the balcony, which gives you so much control. And we see defense teams invest so heavily in that. And that basically eliminates CCTV as an option, but you can come into the offices, and the offices is a really easily achievable beachhead. You take control over east stairway, you take control over the balcony, and yes, it is a balcony, but you can't be contested directly by the defenders more often than not. So you take control of that offices, then you have an actual feasible beachhead to work with moving into your attack. So border is just a little bit more well-balanced than that, but more importantly also, this thing we talk about with the east building on Skyscraper, the entire first floor on border. You can come in there, you can get so much control.
Yes, and so as we get underway here, let's move back into the game. We're going to be on round 4 here on border. Again, that is the first map in this best-of-3 series. Because Penta started out on attack for round 4, they will be back here on the blue squad, and we will have Millenium picking up the defense. Again, round number 4. We've already done 3 rounds so far. Millennium took the first 2, or took 2 out of the first 3. And we'll now see if they can widen that lead, or if Penta's going to get this back into an even round count.
Right, and I think honestly I'm betting for even round count, to be completely fair here. It's attacker, 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 attacker winning each and every one of these rounds. Now, what Millennium needs to do in order to mix that notion up is Falco needs to make something happen on his own. He needs to achieve something. Now, we did talk about this earlier, but it's actually really interesting to me personally that Falco is playing Jaeger and not Pulse. On a map like Border, you expect to be seeing that Pulse come into play. And on a player like Falco, arguably one of the greatest Pulse players of all time. He's been around since the beginning. He pioneered Pulse play.
He worked with Pulse when Pulse was not Pulse.
Yeah, he and players like Troy Canadian. You know, there's been a lot of specific names that, you know, pop to mind when you think about a Pulse player, and Falco is one of those. And
definitely.
Having him play on that Jaeger, I mean, it's not really going to hurt him at all, necessarily. But, I mean, it does eliminate one factor of his gameplay, which is that vertical with the heartbeat detector up into denying that diffuse plant from below with the C4.
And we did see some of the murder holes, or some of the holes in the fort being already put into place by Renshiro. ENCE, however, just rushing on in from Valley Spawn into the east stairwell.
Aggressive. Normally you'd see this kind of aggression when one of his teammates is droning for him, but ENCE is just going bareback by himself.
Now, they have spotted out Falco. He's going to be droned out and detected again inside of servers. ENCE, I mean, this is a little risky, but at the same time, they do have a thermite to back him up should ENCE not be able to secure this kill onto Falco. Falco is tucked away into the corner. I think he sees the gun. He goes for the shot. What a wallbang, just seeing the narrow tip of the gun. ENCE picks up the first early kill again onto Falco. We talked about how important Falco needs to be in this roam game, and it just did not go through today.
Yeah, Penta very clearly applying a lot of emphasis to that roam hunt. They had 4 players going for Falco there, and you could tell Falco recognized that he was being hunted as he was eliminated so quickly in that previous round. But despite the fact that he was playing so passively, it wasn't enough. And Penta now going to be in a sound man advantage, still have half the round to conduct this attack, and they have now opened up the A wall. They also likely have Habanas this time to open that Mira, or at least a buck from below, possibly.
Now it looks as though Goga will get the second wall opened up. That leaves all of that west balcony wall completely renovated. We will see Stiz also get taken out here, and I think that was by Fabian, possibly.
Yeah, that's going to be the mirror
window. Oh, he opened up the drop
disabled.
hatch. Eunice actually, for Yogurt, fell down, and he didn't get seen. And there goes the shots. Now Eunice able to pick up the trade, but KS will fall before it happens. A 2-on-4 now with Renshiro still tucked around between the two lockers. Eunice heard the shots, but he's not going to peek up just yet. Goga and Pengu might be moving in towards the half wall here momentarily. There goes the peek on up from the bearing 9, and that's going to be Eunice taking out the fourth member from Millennium. Last minute Elias gets live in. He gets tagged down from behind, though. And it looks as though that's going to be a Penta victory. It's now 2-2.
And yet again, the attacker win streak continues. No defenses yet. And, you know, to take a step away from the map and all the different little factors between these two teams, I mean, both of them are very aggressive paced teams. They're not very slow. They're not slow in their attacks or their defenses. And as you can tell here, I mean, it's favoring the attackers just exclusively because of that.
I think with both of these teams, you talk about their fast pace, what allows them to do that, I feel like, is their decisiveness. Yeah. They make the decision to do something and they go and do it. And then if mid-game they decide, hey, we need to do something else, they instantly make that decision. They don't wait around and then weigh all the options. They already know this is what needs to get done. They commit to it right away.
So Penta bringing us to customs. And this is the bomb site that we've seen Penta bring us to on Border before, and almost no other team. It's essentially, I think it's probably one of the least defended sites overall. I actually maybe Tellers is now, since Penta is starting to play this, but it really does not, it's not a site that people prefer. Penta has a really nice setup for it, though. They bring Goga upstairs to open that murder hole onto the A window. They also have plenty of holes in the wall of A that can establish line of sight onto the A window. Then they maintain control over CCTV using that mirror window we talked about before towards the hallway, in the same way you would if you're holding Armory. So they've got full control over CCTV, which gives them full control over B, and using the holes in the floor as well as the angles through the wall, they have full control over A. So it's a really nice, and for being a not strategic, quote-unquote strategic team, this is a really nice strategy from Penta.
You know, I think what we'll see here is if there starts to get too much pressure applied to the CCTV room, I feel what we're going to see is Penta rotate back downstairs, and we'll see a very viable and solid contingency plan, because Penta always has a backup.
Yeah, and I mean, they have Goga on that pulse, so if they have to fall downstairs, they not only have Goga C4, but also, wait, no, KS I think brought a shield for this strat.
He did.
So, yeah, they will have the Goga C4, though, at least, and the majority of that CCTV floor is destructible, so that's at least one kill on the push-in. However, you can see here, Fabian and Junis as well as KS are challenging this south doorway. Renshiro doesn't know it, but he is being contended by 4 players, if you count that Pulse, who is also inside CCTV. Falco, meanwhile, going to push into the offices, and he's going to be challenging this from the Archives angle. This might be the right way to go about addressing this defense, but they're going to have to... Oh, wow, Junis is active banditing that.
Ooh, and he's going to smack down the shots there onto Falco. Sledge just opened up that door, but before he can even put his hammer away, the MP7 comes whipping him across the face. Now a minute and a half left to go. Eunice will get flashed, but he's able to still stand tall, stand strong. Renshir's going to move into Fountain, and the 3-speed of Eunice will then rotate over. He hopped into the window, down the hatch he goes, over into servers.
This might be the very first defense win we're going to be seeing on this map. Penta's looking very strong on this defense, and Millennium doesn't seem to know how to handle it.
They do seem to be struggling right now. They're not necessarily pushing the bomb site that or the room that needs to be pushed. Eunice tags another kill onto Stizzy. That's going to be the first 2 members down on Millennium. 5-3 in favor of Penta at the moment.
Yeah, they have taken control over Armory, Millennium that is, and but that's not really a big deal for Penta because, ladies and gentlemen, they're not defending ventilation, which means having control over Armory establishes exactly 0 vertical control. They are going to have control over these 2 roamers, but that's not anything important.
Oh, and there's a couple more shots coming in from Server. That's Fabian peeking on up through the dropper, through the hole in the main and the floor. Pengu tosses out one gas grenade. They are pinching inside of the Archives now. ENCE tags a third and final kill there under Ranchero. Last two alive going to be Yogurts and Live, and Fabian gets tagged here, and as Yogurts picked up one kill, one frag, and ENCE going to run away here, wait for the last two members from Millenium to push on in. ENCE is going to be there, he tags down a fourth kill. Can he grab the ace? He's got Yogurts, very low health, he's going to be coming here. Can he grab it? He goes for the ace, but he misses it! And that's going to be Yogurts denying the 5K, and there comes the second frag here. Pengu goes down, 2 members left to go, but there's not enough time, and we will have Yogurts, last man alive, just not able to get in sight, plant that diffuser, and that is going to be PENTA, again, successfully winning the first defensive round here on Border.
What a nice attempt there for an ace from ENCE. That is truly unfortunate. But it will still be a 4K, and a very impressive one. Going against a team like Millenium, that is nothing to scoff at, as more importantly, in this particular map, that was the very first defense win we've seen here on Border, which is going to give PENTA a significant lead. Also, if PENTA manages to get another win on the attack, which is predictable, I think that's what we're kind of expecting to see here, as I don't think Millenium, they're not going to be defending customs. They're going to be going into Armory again. So
this is their third attempt.
Yeah, it's the third attempt. They're not going anywhere but Armory. They just want to hammer this out. Anyway, if Millenium managed to win this, then that'd be, we're bouncing right back to the back and forth. But PENTA should, by all accounts, win this round to put themselves in match point 4-2. Now, let's talk about that defense from the last round. Millenium knew, because they'd seen that strat before through VODs, that they could not address the custom site itself. They could not simply push into the site because they would then be killed from above in CCTV. So they were like, okay, well, we need to take control over CCTV before we attack the site. That's a requirement. In the process of taking control of CCTV, how can you do that? We talked about the balcony game earlier. You can't really address the CCTV from the balcony. It's too dangerous. It's basically suicide. So Millenium was like, okay, well then we'll start our take with Office's Archives and then push into Armory. Then from Armory, we can poise ourselves well to take out the players inside CCTV. So they started with that, and unfortunately, it took them so much time because PENTA was counting on this. It took them so much time to take control over Armory and Archives that then they didn't have any time to take onto the site or CCTV.
What did Yogurts do?
I honestly do not know. I didn't quite see it. Maybe he was peeking out?
Yeah, so he will get down to pick back up to get 50 health. But I don't know, I didn't see where he got peeked off.
Whatever the case be, was you may have noticed, Falco is no longer roaming downstairs. He has rotated into an office hold. And I think that's the right move. He's defended it. He's tried to roam downstairs twice now and had 0 success. Now he's going to be able to play in offices, which is going to lend him quite a lot of maneuverability as well as pressure onto the PENTA attack. However,
Yogurt trying to tag kills down there. That is KS trying to fight back up. He gets that mirror window opened up though, and that's going to be a very good utility gone for the attacking or for the defending squad. Now, right over the half wall is going to be Bandit. That's going to be Stiz, and looks like KS is ready to try to open this up. More Ranchero still finding his way here. Grenade's going to come on up and unfortunately not go to where it needs to. Ranchero very close on. He's going to peek on out and actually tag a couple shots into KS. The missed frag grenade, and the shots will land down onto him. Ranchero using that MPX to its fullest. Picks off the buck, and the pressure from underneath has been alleviated.
That is a significant kill there, to say the least. That actually might be the start of the first defense win for Millenium.
Oh, and this is where Pengu knows, okay, hey, there's someone tucked away there. I cannot give this angle up. It's going to force him there, but he gets a little bit too close, and Yogurt's able to get the frag down there onto Pengu. Now another kill comes from Falco. He's finally managing to do some stuff for his team as Yogurts tags a second frag. Oh, a nice headshot by Goga. He gets one, but cannot get the other. Yogurts, I think, picked up a 3 kill this round.
Yeah, that was indeed a 3K there from Yogurts. Well played to him. Despite the fact that his mirror window had been opened, he still managed to put on the pressure to that A wall and keep his team alive. Now it is going to be, I believe, a 3-3 as this map continues on. A complete slugfest, as was predicted between PENTA and Millenium. Armory Lockers is going to be our next defense for PENTA. Makes sense considering their success on customs. Now they're going to have to get their first win on the Armory hold. They were unsuccessful here previously.
Now, I think what's going to favor Penta here is they've gone, like we said, to 3 different bomb sites so far, and they've been able to try and test out, not test out, but they've been able to attempt different strategies or different ways of holding these sites. They're now able to take that time, give their coach in the back seat, give them time to analyze what happened, what went wrong. They're now back at this site, hopefully with some new tactics, some new arrangements. And Millenium, unfortunately, doesn't have that same luxury because they chose that top 4 bomb site 3 times until it was successful. So when they go to defend next round, they could run into some hurdles or some opportunities that they weren't expecting.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, more, I mean, aside from that also, just kind of being a little bit predictable. But on the note of predictability, Penta attacked through that A wall every single round on this top floor attack. They didn't try to go for offices once. They were so very focused on the A bomb site, and I think that allowed Millenium to apply, well, they stacked, you could tell, very heavily stacked onto that A wall. Now we are going to see Millenium seemingly looking to take control over the east stairs, which lends them quite a lot of control over the east balconies as a whole. And this is what I talked about earlier when you were referencing the skyscraper balconies. This is one of the things that makes them really different. Is it's actually easy as an attacking team to take control over east stairs before you start to play those balconies on the east side, and that lends you then the ability to easily beachhead onto offices. More importantly, it's easy to hold control over east stairs. I mean, there's not really a good flank opportunity for the defenders there, as long as you have a gun pointed at it.
Now, I believe ENCE has not been detected just yet. And so Renshiro's still just going to actively watch the flank, but not in any set direction. However, there is Stiz. He heard the shots from ENCE, but I don't think ENCE realized that there's someone out there. He might have heard the bullet shot or seen the bullet shot on the camera. But nonetheless, we will see Stiz get back upstairs, try to open up some of this west wall as Renshiro forcefully moves his way from the east stairs into the main hallway and corridor.
A slow attack here from Millenium, but it will be rewarded with a kill onto ENCE. Way outside on the front door. I think that was ENCE on the main stairs, being limited, a little too aggressive, trying to peek outside. Goga's gonna get flashbanged here in a second. C4 is gonna be the response, but it will miss its target. Renshiro is trying to challenge onto the sandwich hold. Meanwhile, we will have Pengu get a kill onto Yogurts. It's a good refrag, but the pressure is mounting here for Penta as Millenium starts their attack.
Gas grenade comes out. That's going to force Stiz to back on out. No, he's actually going to plant right inside. I don't know if Pengu's going to hear it. He's going to try to go for the shots there, but it looks as though the glass shots will go on through, miss their target. KS with another C4 kill. Wonderful job there. Final gas grenade gets pushed on out. That's 30 seconds left to go, and they are going to have a lot of time still to try to get this plant down. 25 seconds on the board, a 4-on-3. Liven, Falco, and Renshiro are going to make work of it here. Renshiro picks up the first frag to even out man count. We will have Glass trying to hold this down. Last EMP is going to go through. That's going to allow just a little bit of sound notification, a little sound distraction, try to get this plant down. But he is going to miss his target, cannot get inside enough, and Renshiro pokes his way into the middle hall door. He will move into one kill into Pengu, turns around with a deagle on the right side, and then gets traded out by Fabian and KS. Last frag will go down from KS onto Liven, and we will see Penta secure this round, going up 4-3 now.
Good defense from Penta and their first successful armory hold at that. Unfortunately for Millenium, we saw a little bit of a spread out attack, not a very focused one onto that A wall. More importantly, despite the fact that they got that mirror window open, they still were unable to deal with the player inside of small office. Now that was, in this instance, the smoke that Pengu, and because he was allowed to delay for so long, it then resulted in his team being able to collapse on the Millenium attack once it actually started pushing into the bomb site. Even though, at the end, Pengu was taken out. I mean, wasting as much time as he did, that's the important factor.
Now you can see since the rehost after round 3, we have, I believe it is Yogurts just kicking it strong for Millenium. Albeit, he hasn't necessarily been able to carry the team to victory. He has kind of kept them at bay.
But they lost 3 out of the 4 rounds on this particular, after the rehost. And now Penta on match point are looking to finish things up. with an attack onto the ventilation. Now, the interesting thing here, and it might be towards the favor of Millenium, it might be towards the favor of Penta, is that Millenium has as of yet to defend the basement, or well, I say the basement, the ventilation. They've been focused entirely on that top floor, trying to pound it out, and they only got their first win just a while ago. Now, if Millenium are successful here, then we are going to go on to overtime. Likely going to look for that rehost. Try and get that overtime to be correct. And we'll see where it goes from there.
Yeah, you might have been thinking, what was Eunice doing just tossing the X-Kairos through the window there? That would just get rid of some of the ADSs early on in the round, so that if they need to toss in flashbangs, smokes, what have you, it will not get destroyed by those ADSs. Okay, it's going to work his way over here to box. That's going to be outside of the security lounge, the inspections, custom inspections. Looks as though Fabian and Chaos might be working together to try to get a pinch on anyone who could be spotted out by Eunice's drone.
It's just like Penta's going for that roam clear, same as usual, except for this time they're clearing straight into the bomb site. I mean, Penta's been focused on taking from the southwest over to the entire first floor this entire match. But interestingly, now that they're attacking onto ventilation itself, well, Yogurts is going to go ahead and say no, he can't do that, but he will be refragged by KS. So despite the fact that Yogurts got a nice double kill, we are going to still see not a huge stretch for Penta. They can still bring this back. Now, the important thing, again, that I was trying to talk about before Yogurts went and got a double kill is that Penta is attacking into one anchor as of this particular moment. That's going to be Liven.
Yeah, and although Falco tried to come on out of, I believe that was the servers, and push his way towards the west staircase and help pick up a couple kills inside of the inspections lab, but he did go down there by KS. KS picked a double kill there earlier on. Pengu, however, will trade one down to the headshot there of Stiz. Tries to go for another one onto Renshiro, goes for the tag, but misses it. An instant trade comes out, Go for Live and Renshiro for Pengu.
I think this is going to be match point, though. Goga is going to challenge onto Renshiro. Renshiro is one hit, and as a 3 armor, that really does render you very harmless, to be honest. It's going to be complicated for him to actually get this kill.
He doesn't necessarily have the speed to go for a quick peek or a little jiggle peek, as it's called in some areas. However, he is going to look for the shots there. He has the holes to try to open up, make sure that he can kill off the diffuser planter.
I like how cautious Penta is being right here. They're not really taking any unnecessary risks, and they totally faked out Renshiro just now.
They did. Renshiro will have to fall on through. One shot down. His feet don't even get to touch, and that is going to be Penta securing map number 1. We are now going to head to our second map right after this, which is going to be on Consulate.
I love on that last round how Penta, when they were taking into the building or taking into the site, they were like, okay, well, Renshiro is above us in Archive, so we can't go into A. So let's just rotate over to B. And then before they actually committed to the B push, they realized, wait. They probably have murder holes above B looking towards the door, and then they rotated back. That was a great fake out and probably just a right mid-play change to give them that round and thus the map. So let's take a look at some of the highlights from said map, which was Border, where Penta managed to come out on top very narrowly, we have to say. I mean, Millenium put up a great fight. I mean,
each and every one of these rounds, that actually could have been round ended there for Millenium if the diffuser did not get planted. Each of these come down to a 1-on-1, 1-on-2 in a very close fashion.
Oh, what a kill there. Just barely seeing Falco's gun, and with a hollow sight as well. Extremely impressive eyesight.
This was Eunice's 4K. That round there, where he was able to pick up the sledge, he opened up the castle barricade. Now again, this was after the rehost, and there we just have it. Multiple refrags, multiple trades back and forth. Penta ultimately coming out on top 5-3 on that first map. Second map we're going to get underway here is going to be on Consulate.
Correct. It's going to be Consulate. Our last and final map, if we get to it, will be Oregon. Well, that's going to come down to Millenium if they manage to win here on Consulate. Now, that's the complicated prospect.
It is.
Because we're talking about Penta on Consulate. Now, we discussed this earlier in the ban phase. we're talking about Penta on Consulate. Penta's always been really strong on Consulate, and the complication that might actually work against Penta, despite the fact that this is one of their preferred maps, is that Falco is now playing for the opposite team, Millenium, and Falco, as an individual, is an extremely proficient Consulate player. So, will it balance out?
So, I know you've not necessarily changed from team to team before when during your pro league side.
Yeah.
So what I want to ask you is your insight in regards to, with Falco moving from Penta now over to Millenium, we know that the teams are able to view each other's VODs. They're able to get that sort of intel. What other type of information could Falco potentially have about Penta that isn't visible to the world or publicly? Like, what could he bring to Millenium that would give them an advantage?
Individual player preferences, and there are undeniably certain things that, certain little fidgets that, or routines that players will find themselves locked into, whether they know it or not, subconsciously. And when you get to watching it, just watching these players play these matches, you won't necessarily notice them. But when you play on a team with all these other guys and you're
playing for 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day.
Right, exactly. In scrims, in dry runs, you really start to understand and get into the mind of your teammates, and you can pick apart all of those routines that, for example, something that I'll do or some other players will do is they'll put their drones in a specific spot to go then pick up said drone before they conduct themselves attacking onto depending the bomb site. So if on Consulate, if you're talking to the top floor, or you're going to put your drone here. You're talking about a bottom floor, you're going to put your drone here, and then you're going to go try to pick it up before after the prep phase is done. And there are certain routines like that that someone like Falco, having played for Penta as long as he did, and throughout the entire previous season, he's going to be able to, try and lend some insight into something like that, and maybe even set up some kills or some spawn kills based off that information.
You talk about routines. I'm thinking back to myself on what bomb sites or on what spawns do I like to spawn at, and then from that spawn, what avenue do I like to take?
Yeah.
Like, let's say, for example, on Chalet, you spawn at the campfire spawn up in that corner by the master bedroom balcony. That spawn, do you go left towards the camera or do you go right down towards garage? So, like those types of routines, I think you hit the nail on the head there, is what Falco could potentially bring to Millenium today.
Yeah. Also, there's as an individual pro player, if you guys are just wondering, if you're trying to get into the pro scene and you're trying to think about one little thing that you can give yourself to give you just a slight edge up, is no routines. Don't give yourself routines. I mean, it's good to professionalize, but pick an operator, sure. But when it comes to spawning and patterns for droning, try to keep yourself loose and go for random. Like sensible but random.
I think that's one of the things that Flipside has mentioned, and they wanted to bring Chala on for that fact. Let's head into the game, though, as we are going to get underway with our second map in this best-of-3 series. It's going to be on Consulate, Penta starting on attack, and Millenium on defense.
And the lobby as well. That's quite an interesting development. Now, we've seen lobby selected as the secondary bomb site, even sometimes the first, sure. But it is still a little bit weird when we see it as that first bomb site. Now, Consulate, all sites are defensible. Let's get that out the way. And it really doesn't, it's not going to be a bad thing defending the first floor first, but it's just a little bit different. It's, I mean, let's talk about last season or even 2 seasons ago. The meta was completely opposite. I mean, everyone defended the top floor and then the basement. Nobody wanted to go into the first floor, and now it's first floor and basement. Now nobody wants to go into the top floor. It's complete meta shifts over, the spans of just a month.
I wanted to see a fuse here. We still might, I mean, obviously this is still round number 1. We still have potentially 10 more rounds to go. But I want to see fuse on this map, because you've said it multiple times that you feel this is the most destructible map in the game with regards to its vertical play.
Well, with regards to its vertical game specifically, absolutely. It's got 3 floors, and you can establish plenty of angles through all 3 of said floors. Like, you can shoot somebody in the basement. Okay, for where Shiro is right now, he could shoot somebody down in server if he opened up the holes.
Yep.
And I mean, on border, border's probably the most destructible overall, horizontally and vertically, but it's only got 2 floors, so there's not nearly as much verticality happening there.
The layer of angles are that much more, adding that 3rd floor here.
Yeah. Just a slight more elevation. And
guess what? Pengu's on this window here up by balcony.
so we're talking about routines. No, but seriously, this is just about what Pengu does every single round. And I tell you what, it's because it's so difficult to counter him when he plays the balcony. He almost always just gets a couple kills here, and everyone knows he does it, but he still is so proficient at it that it doesn't matter. Yogurt's gonna get the first kill of the round though. That's gonna be onto KS playing that buck, repelling on the south window. Good start there for Millenium. He's also going for the aggressive peek.
Oh, he might have seen the head there, but missed it.
Just barely.
Yogurts did take massive damage, though, in that engagement with KS, and so he's going to walk away into the copy room and into the break room, picking up Mira, who's been injured. I want to say by the window, which is where Eunice was. Flashbang's going to go out. He's going to flash himself. Now, if he didn't do that, I would have expected to repel inside. However, Goga did manage to get into the admin room, so they will be looking to pinch inside. Goga goes for the shots, misses it. Oh, no, that's actually Renshiro misses his target. Will he be taken out of commission? Fabian smacks a double kill down, picking up 2 frags on the Yogurt and Renshiro. They now have taken up the kill on the KS and said, we raise you a double kill. And now it's a 4-on-3 engagement with Penta leading in favor here on round number 1.
I just want to emphasize the fact that Penta put 3 players into that push onto admin. A lot of teams would just commit 1 or 2. Strategically, they'd be like, okay, you go over to admin and start to take onto the defenders there, and that would be what happened. And then you drone for them, so it'd be 2 taking, 1 droning. And in this instance, Penta adapted. They're like, okay, yes, 2 taking, 1 droning. And then as soon as they realized they needed extra help, we saw Fabian go, all right, I'm coming. We're going for it. And if he hadn't appeared there, it would have been a swift double kill for Millenium, and the opposite result. It would have been Millenium at the man disadvantage. No. But at the same time, only 26 seconds to go here for Penta.
Penta is being very cautious on this push, as they do know that Pulse is underneath here. Looks as though Falco will tag 1 kill down, goes for a second, pulls out the pistol, but misses it, and that's going to be Falco, or Fabian, picking up the trade there, and we're going to have Penta secure this round after a double kill from for Fabian, and Pengu also getting the last kill here.
A 4K as well for Fabian overall throughout that round. Very impressive play to him, really showing up when he's most needed for his team. So a good top clear from Penta, and then after they took out the top floor, they shifted quickly down into the main basement with the sound man advantage. All they needed to do was take those fights and win them, and they did just that. Now, Penta going down into, well, actually, I say down into because I'm expecting a basement hold, but it is in fact a top hold or top floor defense from Penta. This is counter to every other region we've seen so far in the last 2 weeks, I'd say. Yep. Most of them have been favoring the basement and the middle floor. This top floor has been kind of shunned as of late. I'm not sure why exactly. Could be the Blackbeard play. Not sure. You know what? I'll talk to them after, because it is curious that we've been seeing so little top floor play as compared to previous seasons.
Now, talking about maps and the relevance of IQ, Border, IQ, and Border, Consulate, and I want to say Skyscraper are probably the 3 most we'll call it IQ-ist maps, where you're going to see IQ utilize the most.
Skyscraper is vicious with those Valkyrie cams. There are so many little places to hide them outside. It's actually crazy. And yeah, you do need an IQ definitively on that map. Oregon also could be maybe put into that little group.
Yep.
Absolutely on Border. You know, all of those maps, you're definitely right. There's a lot of instances. I mean, Canal too, but that's not in the Pro League map pool. There's a lot of instances where you need those cameras outside, and you will see them. And in this instance, Liven is ready to receive them with his IQ sensor. You're just going to be playing aggressive on this first floor, looking for opportunities to run out. And because his camera was taken out, I don't think he's actually going to go for anything here. He's probably just going to try and waste some time. Shiro's taking up the A balcony, where we saw Pengu play previously. This is just the role of a Blackbeard here, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh, enemy's going to move outside. That's Fabian picking up the trade there onto Stiz. Renshiro also caught in the pickle, but he's able to get his head over the wall, and we will see him trade down the kill there onto Eunice. He did take massive damage, though.
Actually, he didn't lose his shield. It's actually, I think it's just invisible on his gun right now. But like you said, took massive damage. 1 HP Blackbeard is almost useless. He's going to have to play very aggressive head glitching. Guess what?
Gas Grenade is most likely going to finish him off. There comes the trade down. Pengu getting the frag as he knifes Renshiro, vaulting through the window.
Good kill there from Pengu. And a nice job holding down the A balcony. Now, it's doable as a smoke, but it's still very difficult. From inside the A bomb site, you have almost no cover. Millenium, meanwhile, the rest of them are progressed into the admin office, and they are going to start taking on to A. Yogurt's going to get a nice swift kill onto Fabian, and that's going to be now a 3-on-3. Still plenty of time here for Millenium.
Yeah, 60 seconds, and they're just a mere 5-second walk into the bomb site, but that 5-second walk is going to be thwarted here by 3 defenders, Goga, Kaze, and Pengu. They still have lots of utility and lots of cover to make this their own. We are going to see a push from Yogurts work his way into that middle reception area. He knows Goga's on the right-hand side, but some shots come through the wall as it looks like a camera was able to spot him out. A nice SMJ-11 kill onto Falco from Pengu. More shots to C4 coming out of the hands of Goga, and we are going to see this move in even a little bit more as Yogurts gets taken out of commission and Goga getting the last kill onto Liven.
Nice hold there from Penta. Millenium a little bit, well, I want to say tunnel vision, a little bit focused on one end of the map, but to be completely honest, it's the same take we've seen a lot of other teams execute successfully more often than not. Something happened there. I think the aggression from Penta, that Jaeger getting the pick early, and then the Bandit running out. Now, of course, you're going to say, well, the Bandit running out was unsuccessful. No, as a matter of fact, it lit up the Blackbeard to the point at which Pengu didn't have to do much in order to win that challenge.
Yeah.
And I think that that was actually really essential. He actually downed the Blackbeard as Blackbeard was vaulting away from the smoke. He got the knife kill, but it was on a downed player.
It was one of those fight or flight things. I mean, I know for a fact that the Bandit, I think it would have been Falco or Stiz, one of the two, or no, sorry, it would have been someone on Penta. The Bandit, whoever was Eunice, ran outside, got Blackbeard lit up, and said he is a mere sliver from health. And that's why you saw the gas grenade go out once Blackbeard landed on top of the balcony. And that's why you saw him go in that fight or flight mode and decide, I need to basically do both. Fly away from the gas grenade, fight who's ever inside of the site.
Yeah, and as soon as that pressure from the A balcony, as well as having the distinct man advantage, having got that kill early, as soon as that pressure from the A balcony, though, was alleviated for Penta, all he had to do was focus on the take from admin, and it was a very simple hold from there. Unfortunately, Millenium didn't rotate anyone off of their admin take to go for that A balcony. You really need A balcony control to make that attack work. Now, we are seeing Millenium, again, going on to defense, but this time it's going to be on the basement instead of the first floor. Penta going to be going on to attack here, and Millenium, as you can tell, have invested utility and players, roamers that is, into this first floor, trying to hold from the bathroom. We've seen this through a couple different regions. In this particular instance, though, no mirror windows used in the bathroom.
Yeah, we saw the late reinforcement there by Stiz, and as you called it out, there's no mirror window, which has almost been the line of sight into the piano room.
Kind of seems a little bit on the fly here in terms of this defense from Millenium, which might not be the worst thing, but it is noticeably on the fly considering the late reinforcements there. The lobby drop-down is going to get opened up, though. That's Penta establishing a lot of control over the office. Or sorry, not the office, excuse me. The kitchen. That's going to force a lot of the Millenium players to back off a little bit from that kitchen hold. You can see Penta still a little bit cautious of the roam game happening upstairs, which I don't believe there is any, but of course they're not omniscient and they don't know that. Falco is playing inside of Visa, and I don't think he's been spotted out.
He has not, and at the same time, we are seeing Penta kind of put their back to it.
Yeah, they're worried of it, of course, or they're worried about this, the possibility of Falco being there, of course, but they don't. I don't think any of them are thinking to themselves right now, oh, there's definitely a Falco in Visa. It's kind of like, it's really, it's different roam. It's not
now
what you're used to.
We did see Yogurts default back off. He's going to be inside of the kitchen now after dropping in through bathroom into the garage. With both of these hatches getting opened up, and there's, I was going to say there's still some X-Kairos, I think he's the last of them. That will mean we are going to see a nice push here. Falco giving off of Visa. He's going to go up the circle stairs now. That
might have been a mistake, but going for those spiral stairs could be just as useful.
Shot's going to come up from Renshiro by pipes, I think that was. No, that's going to be behind the van? Is that the middle office? No, that's middle office. A good line of sight, though.
Falco needs to capitalize on this push to give his team the advantage here.
There are 30 seconds left to go. You can see the members from Millenium. You can see the members from Penta. Fabian gets tagged a couple shots there from underneath. Falco coming in with a big, strong double kill. Flank from the circle stairs. Sweeping on in. He's going to pick up 2 as Goga and Stid take down to their own. You've got 4 2-on-1 now. Last man alive is going to be Pengu. Goes, tags on one. That's a double kill for him. He's got to get 2 more frags. Pulls out that deco, goes for another one there, and the Stiz grabs it. Can he go for the last one? No, it will not happen. From behind, Falco tags another one from above, and that is going to be Millenium finally getting onto the board here. They're only down by 1 round after 3 rounds getting played here on Consulate.
So remember yesterday, not yesterday, excuse me, remember Tuesday when we were talking about ENCE on Bank not clearing out the roam game? That was on Bank. This is on Consulate, a considerably smaller map. And the fact that Penta unfortunately did not take the time to clear out Visa before going into their attack resulted in, as you could tell, a swift double kill from Falco and then a complete lockdown of the flank and even a 3K overall to finish it off. And it was a 3K from Falco, and it put it into a 1 versus 1 despite that fact. 2 of the Penta players were eliminated without doing anything really. And then even that, and despite that, again, Penta still managed to bring it into a 1-on-1. And so if they had just locked down that roam game, if Penta had just covered all their bases, we would have seen an easy Penta win there. It was a little bit about not clearing out the roamers, but again, it was also more about just not covering their flank. I mean, you cannot let the circle stairs go, because ultimately they didn't need to clear Visa. We had Falco go back downstairs. Right, he defaulted off of it. The argument is that they could have. It would have taken like all of 15 seconds. They could have. Because Consulate is a tiny map compared to Bank. I mean, we're not talking about droning every nook and cranny of Bank. You know, we're not talking about going through loan office, through small office, through storage, through stock, through CEO. I mean, you're right, if they just watch their flank as well. But in this instance, they could have just cleared it. Yep, if they would have challenged onto Falco, they most likely would have come out on top. Yeah. But no, they didn't, and it cost them the round. It's unfortunate. But now, Millenium with their first round, and by the way, well played to Falco. Really putting himself in the perfect spot as a roamer, not being detected, and coming at the right moment. Falco's always been good at finding that exact moment to pounce as a roamer. We talk about how pro players do tend to have some favorite maps. They do have to tend some favorite bomb sites on those maps and whatnot. Consulate is Falco. It's synonymous with Falco. On Border, he did struggle a little bit. He got picked off as Jaeger a couple times early on. Absolutely. And this time, he's come back around, and now we see this shining. We know this is his map, and he's bringing it to him. I think the one thing that we notice about Falco on this map is that he just seems to be able to move right. I think he understands it well. But we do have Renshiro being eliminated early. That's the Blackbeard. Huge chess piece off the board. Good job to Eunice there. Yoger's going to flashbang into the Visa. It looks as though he's going to go for the shutdown to Goga. Tosses it in 1 flashbang, and then after that goes up, we'll have a blind Valkyrie, and there will be the final kill, and there's a nice job there. However, Yoger's tagged over the side. I think it was by his own teammate. As we have Bandit, that was Eunice. Moving on down from the server or circle stairs. He's now inside of the main reception lobby. So despite the fact that Goga's been taken out, that's still going to be really comfortable for the defenders because, again, not having that Blackbeard, that's a huge pushing force, just doesn't exist anymore. Now we still have over 1/3 of the round left to go. Again, bomb sites are downstairs and Penta's in a position to stop this push on the north and the west side of the map. However, they are allowing a little bit of room for Millenium to push in on the east and southeast corners. Millenium just honestly trying to do that top to bottom clear, but the problem is that they've only got 47 seconds to go, and they're only just now coming into that first floor. And they got to attack into the basement. I mean, there's no vertical control that's going to be able to actually be fully utilized here from Millenium. They have the buck, but they won't be able to make it happen with the time left. Now, Falco's seeming to be a little bit spooked at the moment. He was just about to toss a nade down towards Piano where Eunice was, rotated around. So we have 25 seconds to go, and Millenium is progressing very slowly. Eunice picks up 1 kill into Stiz. That's going to be from Piano. Falco now knows there's someone in here. He's going to go for the pre-fire poke. Falco will go down. Another kill by Eunice. A little tag there onto the drone is live. Gets a frag onto Fabian. KS with another one. Eunice with a 3K to end the round here. Penta goes up now 3-1. Eunice has been absolutely dominating, and I think that was actually a 4K because he got the first kill of the round. You're right, that was a 4K for him. So just tremendous play. He not only has been playing well on Consulate here so far, and putting his team in a great position. I mean, now it's 3-1 for Penta. He also played earlier well on Border. Eunice has been stepping it up today.
Yeah, that's his second 4K of the day. That first one almost went into an ace on border.
So close.
It was literally
Just
one
barely
bullet
missed.
away.
Yeah, he just barely missed the shot onto the ash. He was like an inch off.
Attackers
He
need
shot
to
to the
locate
left
and
and then to the right of the ash, just barely missing.
That's the demon for you.
Yeah, it happens. You know, when you're shooting at a 3-speed, that's the size of a stick. Now, we do have, of course, Penta. They got to be feeling comfortable here. And now, interestingly, Millennium's actually going to go on to their lobby hold.
This is what they started out on,
Yeah.
and they were, unfortunately, did not do it successfully.
I don't think so. I think they kind of struggled with this a little bit. They also struggled with their basement hold, I believe it was. But they did
10
end
seconds
up
remaining.
winning that. That was the round that they managed to win. So I'm curious,
5
why are
seconds
they
left
not going to
before
the top?
insertion.
You know, why not try to bring that variation? Is it just something they
Attackers
practice?
recover
Is it just preference?
objective
What's
is to locate
the
a bomb
thought
and
process there?
defuse it.
Because I mean, we've seen from Penta, they'll go anywhere. You know,
Yeah.
they'll move around, and it's been working for them.
Now this Valk cam here, I don't think is going to stand the test of the round here, but I think it will allow Yogurts to peek on out and grab a kill if he spots a member from Penta, just dilly-dallying along towards the front of the map. First kill lands from Pengu onto Falco. That's taking out the Pulse, that's taking out the C4, that's also taking out the vertical play from underneath, I want to say.
These metal windows here on Spiral are sorely underutilized, and good play there from Pengu to capitalize on that fact. Goga is going to get another kill onto Yogurts. Now it does seem like it's going to be a match point here for Penta in a 5 versus 3.
Yeah, this round is looking pretty decisive in favor of Penta. KS going to do his own work here from the Visa hallway over towards reception. Stiz is already looking in towards the back hallway here, where KS is about to progress into.
Bomb located by
Goga
attackers.
right now, he doesn't need to play overly aggressive. He's just playing passively, holding down the softer angle, allowing for Penta to push in from Visa. There comes the flashbangs out. Eunice going to be blinded a little bit, so with Pengu. And there's some kills going down live and picking up Goga at least. He was able to take out Stiz in return. Last two alive here from Millennium. Going to be Renshiro and Liven in a 3-on-2. They're now both back here by bathroom and back hallway by the circle stairs. Moving on over. The drones are going to be spotting them out of the cameras. Looks like Eunice gets tagged on down. The last two alive going to be planting the diffuser. There's going to be one kill from Pengu on Renshiro. Last man alive is going to be Liven. And he is going to move in the same way that his teammate just went down. Eunice gets picked on up. That's going to take it on down. And the last frag will be from Pengu here onto Live, and you cannot win this fight against Pengu.
Nope. I like how Liven is using the Penta charm going up against Penta right now. And
Is
now,
he?
Yeah, he is. He's using the Penta charm. And now we will, I mean, showing your support there. That's respectable. But in this instance, it is unfortunately going to be working against them. I'm sure that the charm from that charm is causing this match point already here from Penta on Consulate. This is, of course, the second map of this series. Penta won previously on Border, so if Penta managed to win here and finish this up, then it is going to be a 2-0 against Millennium.
That charm has got to be bewitched or something. Right now, like Millennium is
So-
definitely like fighting for the rounds here, but it's just not going in their favor when push comes to shove. When gun meets gun, it is Penta coming out on top.
Yeah, so on that note, what we saw there from Penta was a very simple attack.
Attackers need
There's
to
no
locate and
floof,
defuse
no
as many
complication,
bombs as they
apart from
can.
the one caveat of being Pengu playing on that those metal windows.
Mhm.
Those metal window, having him there covered a whole angle for the attackers. So that when you're progressing through the Visa hallway onto the main bomb site in Spiral's desk, you have to deal with 3 different things. You have to deal with the stop of Spiral, somebody dropping down on you. You have to deal with the Spiral desk, and you have to deal with somebody
10 seconds
challenging you
remaining.
from Yellow Stairs hallway.
Mhm.
Those are your 3 angles. And when you have Pengu
5
repelling on
seconds to
that
go.
metal window, you eliminate 2 angles. You take care of the top angle, you take care of the
Attackers have
Spiral's
recovered the
desk
diffuser.
angle.
Attackers
And then
are
all the
about to
attackers have to
locate a bomb
focus
and
on
defuse it.
is just that Yellow Stairs hallway peak. And which means that as soon as Millennium commits to any of those, then they're kind of signing their death warrant, because there is almost certainly, well, there is definitively an attacker holding those angles, and that's what we saw happen. When Millennium saw that the attack was coming from Visa, they challenged through all 3 of these angles, and they got taken apart by Pengu repelling on those metal windows, and then just the direct challenge from Yellow Stairs got met with somebody prepared, or more than somebody, a couple people prepared from Visa. Now, that as a result, we do have, again, Penta on match point.
Yeah, Penta on match point. This is match point, series point, LAN invitation point. If Penta can secure this round or any of the next 3 rounds, they will be guaranteeing their spot to come to Cologne, Germany, where we will likely see Pengu's hair change color yet again.
Yeah. I want to know what mouse he's going to be using when he gets here, because I've talked to him a couple times over the last couple months, and every time it's like, oh no, I'm using this now. Oh wait, I'm using this now. I mean, he makes them all work amazingly well. But I'm just curious. I want to know what he's going to bring to LAN.
Now we are going to see Millenium try to push their way in from copy room and admin over towards the east end of the map here. Again, bomb site is going to be top floor. We actually might have a little bit of engagement here between Smoke. No, that's Eunice. Eunice right on the other side of the perception desk, going for the kill there onto Renshiro. Does massive damage, able to escape without taking a single point of damage.
That's actually really bad for Renshiro. As a Blackbeard, you have to commit to those peaks. And if he had committed, he would have killed Eunice. I mean, like, absolutely. But because he didn't, he lost a lot of HP for nothing, and more importantly, somewhat, a Blackbeard shield.
Now he will get injured.
Yeah, they're gonna reset him, of course. But still, 1 Blackbeard shield down and 50 HP. That's not as fearsome as a full HP Blackbeard. Meanwhile, I mean, the important thing there for Penta is that they just wasted a bunch of time.
Oh, and that's some good shots there coming out. I want to say that was from KS. Yes, KS looking down the hallway. He's going to get rid of the Hibana charges. That's 2 sets of pellets gone. And that means it is going to be a fort here trying to get inside of the site. And
you can see here a lot of information Penta have on Millenium right now. They're fully aware of Millennium's attack straight in from the admin office. Also, we are just now having Renshiro get onto this balcony, but he will get a kill onto Junis. That's a really important frag there with only 30 seconds. Pengu is going to be the last defender inside the A bomb site.
And he knows flashbangs are going to come on in. If he gets blinded fully, you'll see him toss out another gas grenade, but he's still to see if Renshiro moves in. And Renshiro's still outside. And we are going to see Stiz try to move in from the stairwell on the east balcony. There comes a shot. He's going to tag another, goes for the shot, but misses. And KS and Pengu, KS another back and forth, back and forth. Last 2 alive, going to be Falco and Liven. Falco gets taken out. Last man alive needs to be Liven. He got to get a 1-on-4 clutch. Cannot get it. Goga swings around for the bathroom. And we will have Penta secure round number 6. They're going to take map number 2. They're also going to take that invitation to Cologne, Germany to compete in the LAN finals for season 2.
Congratulations to Penta, well-deserved. Millennium seemingly not on the same page here today, and a very definitive victory for Penta. Now, what happened in that last round, if we're just going to analyze it, just the one last round there, Millennium, their pressure onto the A balcony was just kind of lackluster. There wasn't, it wasn't definitive. It wasn't, when you have somebody playing on the A balcony, he needs to have full control over A, and he needs to have full control over that connector. And the Blackbeard in this instance did not. Renshiro was unable to make that happen, and that's why we see, I mean, so often one of the things that Pengu's touted about being, really good about in that role is that he always kills whoever's playing in A, and then right after he takes control over connector. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that map and see what caused this significant victory here for Penta.
Yeah, and I want to say that I doubt, unless another team is going to be overly confident on Consulate, I doubt we're going to see a Consulate play with Penta on the LAN stage. I
have to say, yes, Penta is comfortable on everything. Yes, you need to get rid of what you're not going to want to play, but should have banned Consulate against Penta. I mean, and yes, you have Falco, who is arguably one of the better Consulate players in the world, but you should have banned Consulate against Penta. I mean, it's just a squad that is so familiar with this map.
Now, right here, that final kill, not final kill, but that kill we just saw from Renshiro, that is what happens when you don't finish off a Blackbeard.
Yeah, I mean, you really do need to get him down and out, but again, it was so late. That presence of the Blackbeard on the A balcony was so late, and then more importantly, it was just kind of lackluster. After he got the first kill, he was unable to secure the second onto Pengu, was unable to lock down that connector, and as a result, his team was unable to push into the A bomb site and get that defuse point.
I mean, so typically on Console in that bomb site, you have one person. That was going to be the bandit. He got killed off. No one's expecting Pengu to be sprawled out in the middle of the floor.
Yeah, but because, and that was all due to the fact that Penta had so much information gathering on Millennium. They knew that hands down Millennium's attack was coming from admin. They were fully committed. They had a camera above the soda machines, and they were watching everybody progress their way into the building. So they're like, okay, well, we'll just stack up on A. No problem.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the first best-of-3 series between Penta Sports and Millenium. Go head-to-head. Penta comes out on top 2-0. Now, unfortunately, they were not fully undefeated getting in here to LAN, like some of the North American teams, but they do secure that first spot to the LAN in Cologne, Germany, from the European scene. We're going to take a few moments break while we get the next two teams up and running. Again, that's going to be ENCE Esports and Supremacy. So, ladies and gents, please stick with us for a few more minutes, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, match number 6, playday number 6 for the European Play League, or Pro League, for Rainbow Six Siege. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum. Here is Kickstar, and we just got to witness PENTA securing that first spot from the European region into the LAN event at Cologne, Germany for Gamescom, which ultimately is the first time we've had a Pro League LAN final at Gamescom.
Yeah, no, it's going to be exciting. And it was somewhat more definitive than we were expecting.
Yes.
2-0 absolute victory for PENTA. Border was a little bit of a fight for Millenium, but going on to Consulate, it was absolute domination.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of anticipated. I mean, the Millenium team chose Border as their map. They lost on it. Typically speaking, you pick your map that you're going to do the best on.
Yeah, and then you lose on it, and then going into the second map, your opponent's pick, you're probably going to lose there, as that's where they're preferred to go. And again, we touched on this earlier. PENTA Consulate, why PENTA Consulate? That's a little bit of a mistake there from Millenium in the ban phase possibly, but whatever the case be, they are going to still have a chance to push their way into the finals if they manage to win in the losers bracket of the playoffs.
Yes, so I mean, like they said, there are 3 teams from Europe that are going to make it to the LAN event. If you lose today, you will play next week against the next loser, or the other series loser, and the winner of that will still get to go. Now we are going to get underway with our first interview of this best of 3 series. It's going to be with Panari from ENCE Esports. Panari, how are you doing today?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Doing very well, thank you. Let's just start off with saying that Team Sisu and ENCE Esports, the playstyle that we've seen is very different. Have you and your team worked drastically to change your playstyle?
Well, I don't know. Like last week when we played, some people told me that we played like a lot more aggressively. But to be honest, I think we were just so confident last week that we played at aggro. But we will see today.
Is that confidence going to carry over until today?
Yeah, I hope so. We are very confident.
Really good to hear. So with ENCE Esports, I forget if we mentioned it during the last interview, but what brought you to ENCE Esports, or what brought ENCE Esports to you, and how did you form this relationship to then be a part of their organization?
Yeah, well, we were kind of hyped about it. we knew like a month before that we might have a chance to join ENCE Esports, like the biggest and well-known Finnish esports organization. And I think we kind of contacted them first, that would they be interested having a Rainbow Six team. And they were like, we don't really know anything about Rainbow Six team. But at the end, yeah, they probably watched our games and stuff like that. So yeah, we're really happy that we're part of ENCE Esports now.
That's really good to hear. Now, last week during some of the decider matches, you obviously got, or your team obviously got to sit the sideline and watch what was happening. We got to see a lot of coastline and some skyscraper plays throughout the different regions. Did you get a chance to see that? And what are your thoughts on that? Like, why are we seeing coastline come off of the playlist now and be chosen as a map to play?
I think it's because like. There's like people ban other teams' better maps, you know. So they're like countering each other with the bans. But then both teams have practiced coastline and they haven't seen like other team playing the coastline. So I guess it's because of the bans. Like they leave. Okay, let's leave coastline in the map pool. We have practiced it. I don't think they have practiced it. And then both teams kind of leave the map, and the other team then like picks the map. So I think that's the reason why we see so much coastline. I think we might see it on a LAN final as well.
That's very possible, and I know a lot of people are looking forward to it. Is there anything you'd like to mention before we close out here today?
Let's have a nice game, and thanks for all the people who support us.
All right, Panari, thank you very much, and good luck to your team today.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Thank you. There it is. Now we've got Panari, we've got ENCE Esports ready at the go. Let's take a look at their roster now. And this roster is very familiar, to say the least.
Yeah, Wilkie, Shate, Bunsi, Kantoraketti, and Panari. One of, if not the most consistent roster in all of Rainbow Six Pro League. They make so little adjustments. Of course, Kantoraketti and Panari are going to be the the most recent adjustments, and they were, I think, a season ago.
Yeah.
And they were adjustments. Yeah, there were new roster changes. Yeah, but Kanter Raketti had been being groomed for this role since like Siege became a thing. Since the beginning, he'd been practicing with these guys. He's family with some of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say there is some bloodline.
He was yeah, there's some bloodline there, and he also is the reason he wasn't competing from the get-go was because he was underage. He only just became old enough. So, you know, ENCE Esports, a completely finished team here. They are going to be very much strong-blooded as well as just tightly knit group who have very great synergy. Now, the one thing, and I'd like to touch on this because we just heard Panari actually point it out for us all. If you may have noticed, is the one thing that's always held ENCE back has been their confidence or lack thereof specifically. They have always shown us great things throughout the group stages, or just the initial pro league, like in previous seasons in the year one. They've always seemed very strong in the beginning, and then every time we get to the LAN event, they just, as something happens and the confidence just it just poof, it goes somewhere. I don't know
what do you think that, so what, you being on a team that's been to LAN, that has experienced the potential lack of confidence or boost of confidence, depending on your view on things, what sort of things will say impact that confidence? Is it actually meeting the people that you're playing against? Is it realizing that, hey, you're going against these other world-renowned organizations such as Flipside, such as Penta, these other large orgs, and you're like, we're a team of 5 people, we don't have an org, we're just 5 people playing the game? What could lead to this lack of confidence?
It could be something along those lines. I think you have to ask them, to be honest, what the specific thing is, and I think overall it's got to be something going through your mind of like, okay, we've been to LAN and we lost. We've been to LAN and we lost. We've been to LAN and we lost. I mean, we see the same thing actually happen with teams like VG.
Yep.
They've been to it's the same story as ENCE. They've been to every single LAN event and they've not won a single one. So, you know, of course, they're a totally new roster now. Compared to where they were in the past, but still, it's got to be a mental block situation happening there, and I really want to see ENCE this season. We talked about it. I wanted to see it last season, but I want to see them do something this season, at least the finals. Come on.
Now, we are going to get underway. Let's take a look at our second roster of the evening. It's going to be for Supremacy. This is going to be Bibu, Spark, Zephyr, Raphael, and Poseidon.
Yeah, and Supremacy has really wowed a lot of us throughout this season. They have shown up much stronger than we thought they were going to. Of course, an Xbox team turned PC. They have quite a lot of their old Xbox players here still on this roster, and they have been very strong here. They came out of the Challenger League from the previous season, coming into the Pro League here. Now I think they qualified second, I want to say.
Yes.
And that is a strong showing for them, but not really showing us a second seed from Challenger League, more showing us a top seed. They've been just dominating their way through the Pro League. I
mean, so you look at this here, I think this is the highest number of round counts that we've seen of any team out of any region. Every single best-of-3 series they've had, they've gotten to that third map, and many of the times they've gone to overtime. 79 rounds out of 3 series.
Yeah, and despite the fact that they didn't make it into, of course, that top seed, that's going to be because they lost against the Titan. I believe that was Penta, and you know, you're not going to expect Supremacy to be winning that fight. Penta is the previous season champions. Now, the question is, going up against ENCE, will ENCE be able to maintain their confidence long enough to maintain their persona as one of those Titans, as being one of the best teams in Europe? Because arguably they are, but only when they're feeling it. It's all on them. And that's an interesting thing, is that ENCE's performance is entirely up to ENCE. It's all their mentality. It's all them going into the match. It's them being prepared and ready and feeling like they can do it. Whereas when we're talking about Supremacy, they're going to have to push into Overgear and Overdrive, and it's going to be something slightly different, I'm sure, from them.
I think right now Supremacy is seen by many as the underdog in this matchup. I think it's very similar to the Penta Millenium, where Penta was up 80%. What I want to say though is that with Supremacy being the underdog, they don't have necessarily the community pressure to perform well. Actually, they have their own internal pressure, yes, because they want to get to LAN, but ENCE has their internal pressure getting to LAN, but also the entire community, not the entire, the majority of the community is rooting for them, we'll say.
Actually, the funny thing about that is that on polls, and we didn't reference these earlier, but on polls, it's actually it's actually a 50-50.
Really?
A literal 50-50 between these two teams about which one's going to win. And I think that's due to the fact that, yes, you're right, I think the community pressure is on ENCE, but I also think that a lot of people are seeing the way that Supremacy have performed throughout this season and saying, wow, whoa, this team is vicious.
Let's take another look at them.
They take the knife to the throat and they really go for it.
Now, let's get underway here with the map bans. Starting it off here, Supremacy is going to lay down the first ban, ENCE Esports with the second. They're going to ban back and forth just like the last series until we're down to 3 final maps. Those 3 final maps are then going to get played in sequential order. You're going to have Supremacy pick the first one, ENCE pick the second. The decider match will likely be what we see there to decide who will pick up that second land spot. First map off the board is going to be Coastline. ENCE will then go for their first ban, which is going to be Skyscraper. Consulate, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see Coastline banned, I'm sure.
Most likely, yeah.
Regardless of the fact that Coastline was banned there first by Supremacy. ENCE seemingly wanting to get rid of those DLC maps. Clubhouse being banned out by Supremacy. You can see here Supremacy going for the older maps, going for the more tried and true. Obviously countering ENCE.
There's the Coastline ban. Again, no more DLC maps. I wouldn't be surprised.
You got the new bans over here. You got the old bans over here, and this is the new team. This is the new team banning the old team's maps, and the old team banning the new team's maps.
So there's the bank ban. Most likely this was going to be either Cafe or Border, but Cafe is a map that ENCE has always performed well on, or for the most part has always performed well on. So there's the Border ban. Coastline, Skyscraper, Border, all DLC maps, all off the board. And we are going to be stuck with Chalet, Cafe, Dostoevsky, and Oregon.
Okay, so Oregon, of course, being the only one we saw from that previous season or series, that's great. Some variations going to be coming out here. Cafe, a little bit more of a linear map. I think that's going to heavily favor Sisu.
Yep.
I think that's really going to be their playground. And then I think overall the ban phase is probably favored towards Sisu, to be completely honest.
A part of me is feeling like, okay, Cafe and Sisu is just like Consulate and Penta. Like, there are so many teams, a lot more teams practiced or used to practice Cafe and got very familiar with it, especially in the North American scene. But regardless, I still feel as though Cafe might not have been the best map to let slide.
And yet Supremacy are going to pick it.
Very telling.
That is, yeah, exactly. That is clear as day. Supremacy have counter-stratted ENCE's defense of Cafe. And I don't know that that's going to make much of a difference. To be completely honest, ENCE has been very comfortable on Cafe throughout their entire career, and it's the same thing as like Penta. I mean, they're going to have variation. They're going to make changes. They're going to have different interpretations for defenses and attacks. And I want to see what Supremacy is going to be showing us on Cafe, of course. It's really, really interesting. But again, Chalet is the same thing as Cafe for ENCE. Chalet is ENCE's playground. We've come to 2 maps that are going to favor ENCE very clearly in my mind. And then Oregon as a decider, that actually could favor Supremacy, but
it could.
Well, that's going to be the decider map. That's going to be, we got to make it to that decider map.
Yeah, you have to make it to it, but if it does, Supremacy might be the favor there.
I want to say that these maps favor. I've said that these maps favor ENCE, but there has got to be something from Supremacy on Cafe. It has to be intentional.
A little bit of me is feeling like Supremacy picking Cafe is very similar to Excellence picking Cafe against Elevate.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, at least looking into that series, Elevate's typically always performed well on Cafe. I never would have taken them on it, but Excellence decided we're going to. They won the series 2-0, and that's basically how it finished off. And so it's very possible Supremacy's going to do something similar. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Supremacy's got to have some tricks up their sleeves on that map in order to actually, well, if they don't, then they're probably going to lose on Cafe. And then on Chalet, it's going to be the same story for ENCE. I mean, ENCE has always been strong on Chalet. But who knows?
Now, previously speaking, we've talked about Cafe and how some teams tend to hold a 4-1 or a 3-2 off-site on the middle bomb site instead of the train or the mining room and the fireplace. Generally speaking, what do most teams prefer to do, whether play vertically or horizontally?
On which map? On the train map?
Yeah, on the train.
You have to have a good mix of both. You can't commit to one or the other. You can't simply be like, okay, we're going to hold the top floor in an attempt to hold down the train. Well, no, they're going to push up the white stairs and plant inside B. You can't say, oh, we're going to we're going to play just on the main floor, and we're not going to try and hold top floor, because then vertical control is going to be established so quickly that the attackers then have plenty of time to conduct their attack. And regardless of if you have anchors on the site, then they're just going to start pressuring you in library. I mean, they'll just adjust if you give them that much time. So you really have to have a good mix. Also, you have to have roamers upstairs who are able to default without dying immediately.
That's going to be one of the tricks, and we'll be looking to see how that happens, having these defenders default off. We are going to get underway, though, with our first map of this best-of-3 series between ENCE Esports and Supremacy. Let's head into the game here, and we will see Supremacy start on attack. ENCE Esports going to start on defense. Again, this is Cafe Dostoevsky. This is map number 1.
Bar Cocktail Lounge coming out from ENCE to start us off.
Very common.
Extremely common.
The primary bomb site.
Yeah, there isn't... trying to think right now. Yeah, we've seen a couple teams bring us to train first, but it hasn't seemed to be the preferred bomb site, more just a, hey, let's mix it up.
Yep.
I think everyone through and through takes this top floor whenever they can. No big surprises in terms of operator selection. Castle is going to be, of course, very useful on this bomb site. There is a Glass on the attacking side, which has been phased out of the meta somewhat, but is still useful. And I think when they're pushing in through the cigar doorway, that is definitely going to see... I mean, smoke up those cigar doorway, challenge onto the A-bomb side angle as well as the freezer angle. You're going to win those fights, and that's going to put your team in a great spot. I mean, it's going to put your team in a great spot. If you win both those fights, you win the round. Quite definitively.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Now, Panari's in... I'll say Panari, Shate, and Wilkie are all in a little bit of a
What's
peculiar
happening
situation.
here?
Looks like they're going to open up the drop hatch. Valkyrie Cam is going to come out onto the Christmas tree, possibly in the corner. We'll have to take a look, see if Panari double checks that camera. I want to see where exactly that went to.
Oh, we're seeing this C4 on
okay,
the
so
roof.
he threw the camera out. One of his teammates is going to use it. He's going to toss out a C4 onto him.
So we do see this used. I mean, I don't know about you. I see this used in ranked quite a lot. I'm not sure if it's going to work at this level of play. It's a pretty easy thing for the attackers to counter if they're ready for it. And yeah, as you can see here, it's not going to work for ENCE, as Supremacy is going to call it out and say, okay, repel far, guys, repel far. They've got a camera, they're ready to C4. And yeah, Supremacy will just kind of walk around that. But not a huge waste, just a camera and a C4 at the end of the world there for ENCE, despite a little bit of a shot in the dark.
Yeah, they still have the C4 on Shate as well as the impact grenades on Wilkie. So they are still sitting tight with some good utility to utilize later on in the round.
Stay back.
First time we've seen Glass come out of the woodworks today, though. Zephyr is going to pick him up and go into the skylight above Bar.
Yeah, later on he's going to be used in all likelihood to push in through that cigar and again challenge those angles to try to give him some advantage. Well, this is actually really aggressive here from Bibu, already into that bar, that small bar inside of Piano. And that means Panari is going to be a little bit of a pinch here, being challenged now by 2 different attackers. He's going to be, all the pressure's on him basically when he challenges, or rotates in this instance. He's going to make a pass because that grenade kind of actually covered his retreat.
They pushed out Panari a little bit too early. They did not have, I think, Poseidon.
Oh, wow. He's going to put himself back in this spot.
He is.
This is very dangerous, what Panari's challenging here.
I would have expected Panari to try to challenge Panari, or try to get the collapse of Panari as he runs away after the nade comes through, but they didn't. He's going to move on over. The C4 from Shate is going to land. That's going to go from the freezer bathroom over there and pick off Raphael.
That had to have been a pre-play C4.
Very well made it.
Yeah, I don't think he can throw that far, so I think that was a pre-play C4. I like that from Shate, reading into where the attack's coming from, understanding it's almost always going to be in the small bar of Piano. And I'm guessing it was probably right on the shelving unit of the bar itself.
Now, unfortunately, they did not get Panari out of that corner, so he'll get rid of the Hibana charges. Merriwind will still stay intact. However, Panari will then finally be taken down by Spark. The frag comes on out. A 4-on-4, 25 seconds left to go. Kanto's going to come around for the flank. There's no one watching just yet. He's going to sneak on up, come from behind Poseidon to his right side, swings on over, and there's the kill as he gave away his position. Shate picks up the one on the Bibu, and we're going to have Supremacy now up by one man.
The diffuser is going down.
3-on-1, Bootsie's last man alive. The diffuser will get not planted, but it has get taken off there by Poseidon. Sweeping up, that's going to be a 2 or 3K for him coming in from the Cigar Lounge.
Just a little bit of a preemptive rush there from ENCE, unfortunately. That late flank from I believe it was Kanto Raketti was just poorly timed, which is abnormal for Kanto Raketti to say the least. He's usually really good with his timings there. And because of that, we are going to have, as you can see, Supremacy win that first round, and I think it really just comes down to Poseidon pivoting off of his teammates at the right moments. I mean, he saw him come from a kill off of in the piano to that flank hold, and then that final kill on to, I believe that was Boonsey.
Yeah, I mean, Kanto Raketti was coming up the stairs. What was the nail in the coffin for that flank was actually him pre-firing or going for the kill of the man going from Cigar into bar.
Well, arguably he would have been heard regardless. I think it also, you could attribute it to the fact that instead of a thermite hole, we had a Habana hole.
Yep.
And then instead of going through the Cigar doorway, he opted to go through the said Habana hole, commit to that piano push. I think if he had tried to go into the Cigar room instead, he would have been met with a lot more liberty of movement. And that's where Kanto really excels as a player, is being able to maneuver around his opponents. Even in those tight corners, he's really is what Kanto is definitely one of those players that is a 3-speed player. You know, he commits to those 3-speed operators, and you can see here playing Ash and Jaeger both. It's not a bad thing. It's just what he's really good at. It's what he excels at, and needs to be able to utilize.
It is odd looking here for ENCE Esports. No Hibana, no Thermite.
Yeah, no destructibility whatsoever is kind of abnormal. We do see it, I think we saw it from G-Bots a couple times, but we've seen it, you know, it's a rarity, but it happens.
We've seen it from G-Bots a couple times, but G-Bots is also no longer with us.
Yeah, G-Bots doesn't exist anymore, but you know, I believe, whatever the case be, going for the full frag potential is interesting, but also it's perplexing, because yes, we're frag potential, but why Thatcher if you're not going to bring a Habana or a Thermite? What purpose does he serve? Plus, Habana, not arguably, definitively has more frag potential than Thatcher.
Yes.
So what's the what's the plan? I'm curious, somewhat perplexed and curious. Arguably, you don't really need very much breaching potential on this bomb site attack. But at the same time, they don't necessarily know that this is where ENCE or Supremacy is going to be defending, because they haven't defended anything yet.
So the one thing that I can think of why you bring the Thatcher over the Hibana is so that IQ can pick out where the yokai is, the EMPs go down for 10 seconds to get that plant down.
You're absolutely right, but at the same time, what if we had Supremacy defend top floor first?
Yep.
If Supremacy had defended top floor first, then it would be ENCE would be forced into nothing but bottlenecks for the whole round. However, Kanto's going to start us off with a nice kill on his Zephyr.
Ooh, team kill coming out. Kanto grabs a double kill. Triple if you count the head of Nari.
Yeah. 3 kills there from Kanto.
Spark will then get one onto Wilkie, turning man count back into the same 3-on-3 here. However, Poseidon looks as though he may have been injured. Either that or he's sitting on 1 health. Now it looks like 2 members from ENCE will be spotted out. It's going to be shots in the top of red, Boonsey underneath in the red corridor, second floor.
We do have Poseidon extremely lit up right now, if not downed entirely, which is, you know, a 3 armor that's lit is basically fish in a barrel. Now he is downed.
He will not get picked back up. Shot's just going to have full control over him inside a fireplace.
The only players left alive on the Supremacy lineup are actually roamers right now.
It's odd to know that ENCE is going to be pushing into both bomb sites. Now from above, Shottek sees the explosion happen. He peeks on up, grabs the kill, sparks him to be the last man alive. And all he has to do is just keep the plant from going down. Kanto Raketti's going to be inside. He gets the plant down successfully, and unfortunately, Supremacy will not win this first round. As Shot's going to have that nice slick angle from the train room through the fireplace wall into the hallway to pick off Spark.
So the attacker's definitely feeling at home here, whether it be ENCE or Supremacy. Both of them definitely winning their first attack rounds. What happened there, ENCE read into the fact that Supremacy was invested so heavily in the top floor, and they were committed, by the way, to that roam game upstairs. And they were like, okay, we'll just attack into the bomb site. They did just that. They won their fights, and that's all she wrote. Now, Supremacy going on to their attack here, and ENCE are going to defend the bar cocktail lounge again. They were unsuccessful here the first time, but I think it might really just be down to some excellent gunplay from Poseidon, really pivoting off of the different angles at the right moments. It was so very close to a victory for ENCE.
As we saw there from ENCE, they honestly did not need the Hibana or the Thermite. They were perfectly fine without it. They did very well executing their strategy onto the site.
I mean, I would say when you're attacking onto that bomb site, unless you're going for a red hall take, trying to thermite that wall into wheel room, then there's no real necessity when it comes to, or even a white stairs take into B. There's no necessity for that breach potential. Yes, the drop down, sure, in piano, but where did we see ENCE go? They didn't go for that drop down. They just forced their way into the bomb site, and it worked wonders for them. Now, we are seeing that top floor defense yet again coming out from ENCE. No adjustment there. They're not trying to go for the train. Supremacy, meanwhile, is going to be bringing that glass yet again to try and smoke up that cigar before they make their push into the main bar.
I think it's worth noting here, though, that when we talked about the top 5 defense-picked operators, we identified Valkyrie in the EU region as that rotation operator. Here for ENCE, though, they're going with the Bandit, taking off the Bandit for the Castle, which on this top floor site, barbed wire is king. And so it's a little arguable, or a little, we'll say, room for argument to determine why the Bandit over the Valkyrie.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting discussion there, but obviously, you know, each of these different teams, they have their own policies. Whoa, ho, Shate.
Very aggressive as a Mira, not the quickest of operators.
Yeah.
To try to get away from the glass, and that is exactly why Zephyr's going to down the headshot right onto him and say, eat it.
Yeah, as soon as he committed all the way to that north side of the top floor, the only way he could have gotten away from that safely is if he'd actually just dropped downstairs and rotated back up the white stairs. That was his only avenue of escape. And I don't know why he committed in the first place. That's the perplexing thing for me. Meanwhile, Supremacy, they have control over the cigar room, which means they're going to be positioning themselves to push into the main bar. They've got a lot of push here.
Oh, unfortunate. He's just going to say get rid of it. Because if he blows that, that's just going to blind himself.
Yeah, give cover for the enemy to progress. That is really unfortunate. Now another kill for Zephyr.
Still here up inside of the skylight. Supremacy holding down the fort there, and unfortunately ENCE just going to show their feet, and that's all that Glaz needs.
Yeah, Glaz does still do a substantial amount of damage per bullet despite his recent nerf. There's a gas canister right in front of you, B. And it's not going to matter.
Oh, the smoke has already been downed.
Oh, yeah, is that what it is? Yeah, no, of course, he was the one who was taken out by the Zephyr up on that skyline.
Smoke grenades are going to come out. That's going to allow Biba to rush on in. He's going to move in forward. Knows that Panari's behind the cocktail lounge. He's going to get inside. Spark picks up a headshot there into Wilkie. It's going to be a 2-on-5. Kanto or Kenny Panari going to tag on down. Panari takes one before he gets traded off. Last penalized is going to be Kanto. Moves on inside. Bibu with a double kill. Wonderful shots there, and that's going to be a round in favor of Supremacy.
So attackers. This is what we were seeing in the previous match on Border earlier today, was just attack wins after attack wins after attack wins. The first team to win their defense is going to set a good, well, pace, I suppose, moving into the rest of the match as a whole. And this is just the slugfest we were expecting. Both of these teams definitely showing that they have what it takes here to win this slot and get into the winner's bracket of the playoffs. Neither wanting to try and fight it out in the loser's bracket with Millenium in next week.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Again, while there is quite a lot of pressure in this match to try and guarantee yourself a spot to land, even if you lose, you're still going to get a chance in the during next week against Millenium, like I talked about earlier, for that third slot.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Now, Supremacy, similar to ENCE, are going to be defending the middle floor rather than rotating to the top floor. Absolutely no rotations for the defenders yet on either team, despite losing continually.
Now, ENCE has chosen to bring in that Hibana this time instead of the Thatcher, so might have been an oversight. Maybe it was dictated that, hey, Shate needs to go with that Thatcher. But
yeah, I'm guessing that bringing zero destructibility when it comes to reinforced walls is a bit of a mistake. I mean, you've got two options. One of them is, I mean, Hibana, come on. Hibana is everything.
She is the top pick attack operator in the in the European scene.
Yeah, as well as I think a couple other scenes.
Yep.
Probably the majority. she is by far and away one of the best attackers right now. And not bringing her to the field is questionable, to say the least. Now, ENCE, wow, playing some really wide angles here. You can see they're just looking for opportunities to pick off one or two of the Supremacy members before actually making a push. And this is just them trying to get that man advantage, but it wastes a lot of time. Just a tremendous amount of time.
Now, you can't see my face here. We're watching the game cam at the moment, but I just got wide-eyed watching Boonsy almost back up off the ladder. I didn't know you could pick up the ladder from behind. I think he was going to fall off to his death, and I was like, that's going to be very unfortunate.
You didn't know you could get onto a ladder when you fall?
No, I thought you had to look at it from the front side.
No, he dropped off the ladder and then caught it midair.
I had no idea you could do that.
Oh, okay.
I
it's
don't
really cool.
climb that many ladders.
It's super cool. At any point on the ladder, you can just press spacebar and you're on it.
Look at that.
It's pretty dope. Now, yeah, we are going to be having a roam game yet again from Supremacy up at the top floor, but it's less committed, I'd say. They do have 2 players upstairs. I think last time it may have been 3, but more importantly, last time they were fully holding into that piano, and this time they're not. They're a little bit less committed to piano.
But there are 4 members from ENCE pushing their way into the red staircase, top of the red staircase. You saw the C4 come on out, did not do any damage, but Spark was able to tag 1 shot down there onto Cantor Raketti, taking out the Ash. Looks like another Yokai's going to be swinging on forward. You heard the burst go. Panari's going to get disoriented. You've got Bibu to the left side of Spark, and he needs to have that heartbeat sensor out to try to tag down anyone else, or at least identify someone trying to push.
It's worth saying that even if these 2 die right now, immediately, they've done their job. They've gotten a kill, and they're down. The attackers are down to 46 seconds.
Panari goes for the push there. He'll be taken out. Bootsy, though, looking, he moves on forward, snags Bibu as he tries to escape down through the drop hatch. Spark picks up another kill, and he's going to go on through successfully. Boonsy will fall. Now a 2-on-4. Very, very important and well done roam job here by Supremacy.
Yeah, you could see that synergy really shining through there for Supremacy, and that's one of the strong suits of that team, has always just been their cohesion as a unit. And now ENCE in a 2 versus 4, they only have 18 seconds. This is not going to happen.
And here it is. Poseidon's going to be behind the B-bomb. Wilkie's going to go for the pre-fire here. He's going to assume it, but he misses the target there, and Poseidon comes out on top as Spark will get Shate down, and that is going to be a flawless round. Not a flawless round, a 4K round there for Supremacy.
Yeah, of course the Pulse getting taken out, but overall, Supremacy feeling very comfortable here on Cafe, so definitely against our predictions. Clearly, ENCE struggling a little bit with Supremacy's overall strategy. That is the first defense win so far on this map, and now ENCE with the first rotation. They have suckered their pride and will make the adjustments necessary to win these rounds as they go down into the fireplace.
Yeah, that's what we saw, or that's what we did not see from Millenium on Border. They chose to go upstairs for a 3rd time in a row, and it ultimately did work for them. That 3rd time, they did successfully hold the defensive site, but many teams, I'd say the majority of Pro League teams, if they are unsuccessful on a defensive hold 2 times in a row, they will then rotate off to a different bomb site.
Yeah, usually even 1 time in a row. I mean, that's what PENTA does. If PENTA loses somewhere, they just go somewhere else. They're like, yeah, we'll go the other place. We don't need to force this out. We got options. Whereas, yeah, no, that's not something, we don't see a lot of rotation from ENCE Esports. They're more commonly seen trying to force out a bomb site over and over and over again. Same as you can clearly tell here with Supremacy. Now, we are having ENCE going for their train defense, and they're going to have, yet at the same time, still a roam game heavy upstairs. They're utilizing that mirror window on the far east side of the top floor, looking towards Piano, which is going to give quite a lot of control.
We originally saw that, I think, from Team Vitality. I remember Panic, sorry. Panic's getting like a 3 or 4K from there.
Yeah, I think it was Team Vitality. I think it was Panic, but I'm not sure. Whoever it was, yes, it was a really nice, it was definitely a 4K, and it was, it basically spawned that mirror window into existence. That one round was like, hey guys, look at me. I have full control over the top floor from one single angle. Use me. And here you can see very clearly, I think that's Panari playing it right now.
See you on the other side.
No, it's actually Kanto. Panari's pushed his way into Piano on the pixel angle, And he's going to have to contest Bibu in a second here unless he decides to fall off this angle.
Yeah, looks as though Penari will get droned on out. Bibu will be pushing in forward, trying to challenge that and contest it. No, he's actually going to back on out, go down the red stairs. C4 comes out from Shate. That's going to be a predetermined one, a preset one, and Rafael will actually find it under his feet.
These pre-placed C4s are really working. It's the same one from ENCE that they used when they were defending the top floor, and it's working still.
So here we are, little under less than half the round to go. We are going to see Poseidon try to get this drop hatch opened up, and looks like it will be successful. Penari comes on through, trying to tag down the shots down to Bibu and Poseidon.
It's really unfortunate that Penari missed those shots. If he had been able to trade back, or get, sorry, not trade back, rather, extend his man count lead here for this round, it would have been tremendous for his team.
Now, it's worth noting that there's no more Hibana charges, and so the mirror window that Shate's on will stay intact. You cannot see that necessarily from the drop hatch. So he's going to stay there, and Zephyr will then move in forward with the smoke grenades.
They can open up the floor above it, technically, but it doesn't look like they're committing themselves to that. Wilkie's going to take out Spark elsewhere, and now this lead for ENCE is stretching ever so much more.
And Supremacy's going to try to push their way in. Poseidon, Zephyr last two alive. Poseidon now going to be inside a piano room. He's going to go 1-on-4, and it is not going to look well for him. Kanto still top floor. He's going to be the only roamer above, and we are going to see now Poseidon work his way down the red staircase. He's going to be spotted out here by Shate, and I wouldn't be sure if there's nothing more than just a few bullets coming his way, as we do see right there. Hopping on out the window, moves on in, and unfortunately he gets taken out here momentarily. No! He's going to pick up Shate. Wilkie, however, will say, no, I'll get you from behind, and there's going to be the shots. ENCE now securing this round here. They're up, or they're down by 1 point, 3-2.
Nice double kill there, but unfortunately it's not enough for Poseidon to win the win that round. And now, like you said, 3-2. Supremacy, they have the lead still, but it's slipping away for them. They are going to be going on to defense. And ENCE is going to be going on to attack. We are seeing a Q yet again, and no destructibility from ENCE. This is so curious. No reinforced destructibility. Neither Hibana nor Thermite. We don't see that very often. It is very odd.
And you had mentioned it before that if they go top floor, that it doesn't make much sense because they're going to bottleneck themselves. But
yeah.
They know that the bomb site's going to go top floor.
If they're going to be going, there are ways to attack this floor without destructibility, without the Thermite or the Hibana, but they're kind of out of the norm. You know, we're talking about pushing in through the B bomb site windows. Towards that cocktail lounge, not the B bomb site windows, excuse me, the A bomb site windows on the far east side of the building, and having hard cover downstairs in the library. And that is, sure, that's a viable strategy, but it's still a big risk, and it doesn't sound anything like the ENCE that I know. The ENCE that I know goes for the typical. They go for the refined, and they do it well. Whereas, yeah, that's not what they're going to be committing themselves to in all likelihood. So, I don't know how they're going to make this attack work without a Thermite or a Hibana. They're not going to be able to open up that red stairs hallway or wall, which means they won't be able to get into Piano unless they push directly through Cigar, which is already, again, that's the initial bottleneck. Then they won't be able to take any control over Piano because they have to contest with those mirror windows. That's the second bottleneck, which means all they have is control over Cigar. And lo and behold, the only door they can push through is the Cigar door, which there's almost no control over, and they don't have any smokes. So, I mean, that's a very difficult round for ENCE here.
Yeah, they've got...
It's really Supremacy's round to lose.
Yeah, there's a lot of, we'll call it nade utility with regards to flashbangs and, I mean, there's claymores there, we've got frag grenades, but there's, like I said, there's no smokes.
I like what they're doing here with the IQ and the Thatcher. IQ's looking for electronic devices, and Thatcher is Thatchering right above them on the roof to try and clear them out.
Now, here we've seen a shield similar to this.
It was by ENCE.
During ENCE. ENCE did the double strat. Penta did one, I believe.
Well, it was both of them. I mean, they did start it. Like I talked about, those Titan teams really forcing it out. So another thing to note about this matchup, as Bibu gets lit up via Boonsy.
Ooh, Boonsy able to just navigate away. He's going to rotate underneath of the window, pop back up. Bibu able to escape. No one else able to collapse onto him, but as he runs away, almost gets tagged in the back there by Penari.
Another thing to note about this matchup is that Supremacy is, they need to win for their French brethren, because we just saw Millenium lose to Penta, and those are the two French teams that have made their way here into the playoffs. Now, technically Millenium still has a chance, but if Supremacy loses here to ENCE and then gets pushed down into losers brackets, it's going to be French on French, and then only one French could possibly make it to LAN.
So, looking like he picks up the headshot there onto Zephyr. Boonty is navigated over to the east windows by the A's site. There's still some pressure being put on above from Shate. Claymore kill from Shate will pick off Spark. Wonderful job there. That's going to take out one of the flankers. Bibu comes swinging on forward. Rafael will get Kanto down, and Bibu swings, gets the shit down onto Boonty. Gets the kill down onto him. Wilkie then tags one onto Rafael. Poseidon gets the headshot frag onto Penari. 2-on-2 now with Bibu and Poseidon, last two alive for the defenders. Poseidon goes down. Bibu's going to be the last man alive, and that's all that's needed. Diffuser was not placed down in time, and therefore we will have Supremacy win this bomb site. They now go up 4-2.
And that match point comes into play here. Supremacy clearly having a deep understanding of Cafe, and maybe we just underestimated their professionalism on this map. To be honest, doesn't look like a huge amount of counter-striding coming out from Supremacy. It seems like some big mistakes being made from ENCE, and I hate to harp, to be honest, I hate to harp on the fact that there's no destructibility options coming from ENCE on their attacks, but that has actually really held them back in these rounds. And you could tell it's slowing down the maneuverability and forcing them into engagements that they really don't want to be found in. Now, Supremacy, they are going to not either bring any destructibility, as you can see here from this lineup. New meta on Cafe, I suppose. Don't try to open up any of the reinforced walls or mirror windows. Simply just take the fights and win them. And you know what? Hey, if it works, I suppose. Although it does seem like an unnecessary risk. I mean, you can easily rotate out a sledge for a Habana. You don't need the sledge. He's useful, but he's not necessary. I understand why you would want your Glass and your Blackbeard. Your Ashe, of course. You can rotate an Ashe even. If you want to keep the sledge, you can rotate the Ashe. And then the Capitao, obviously, we're seeing Supremacy bring for a specific reason. That's the only reason you bring Capitao, is for a one job. So there's still room for Habana, who is a great operator outside of her destructibility. I don't know. I'm just perplexed somewhat by the selections here. I'll have to talk with teams afterwards and see what the thought process was.
Now we are going to see Supremacy looking like they're pushing in from the east windows. They might lay on some pressure onto the east windows here by A site. Supremacy seems to be taking their time trying to get into position, not doing anything too quickly, making sure that they've got the information they need, making it as easy as possible.
I mean, that's what we saw ENCE do last round, and that's obviously why they lost the round. So the question then becomes, like, is this the right decision to be making right now?
Flashbang is going to come out. Now the Valkyrie camera there is easily going to get destroyed if they want to waste some time to peek on down towards it, but it's going to give them some idea on, is there any pressure coming from the white stairs?
Yeah, and Supremacy just whizzing away the time here, 1 second at a time. They have control over this middle floor for the most part, but they still have to contest Kanto, who is going to drop down and, just barely not get shot by Poseidon.
Ooh, he's going to get a couple bullets into his rib cage, though, as Bibu and Poseidon going to collapse onto him. Frag grenade's going to come out, and unfortunately, though, Kanto's already navigated away. He's going to kill Zephyr's drone. There are some shots down. Kanto falls, as well as Penari by Spark.
And it looks like this might be it for ENCE, actually, as those two players get taken out. Now ENCE in a 3 versus 5. They've got a lot of work here to do. With only 57 seconds left to go, though, the attackers have to be pushing immediately.
Now Wilkie is trying to move around very quietly. He could Could try to go for the wall bang there, but he doesn't know that Poseidon's working his way up the red stairs. Spark seeing that the cast grenade is going to go out forward. There's a fire arrow kill from Rafael on a Boonsy. That's the exact reason why they brought the Capital. Wilkie pushes on out. That's also Diffuser that's fallen. He picked up 2 kills. This could go in favor here of ENCE if they stay alive. Shate, however, does take a couple bullets into the back. Poseidon goes for them refrags, but he misses his target. Comes on out to Shate, picking up a double kill. This was a 5-on-2. It's now a 1-on-2 with Zephyr last man alive. He's very low health. If he misses his fall, it could be to his death. He will not be able to pick up the diffuser. There's not enough time. He goes for the kill, but Shate gets the triple kill there, and that's going to be ENCE securing this, still keeping it around, winning a 5-2 deficit man count to turn it into their favor, 2-0.
That was absolutely through and through Supremacy's round, but ENCE, specifically Shate and Wilkie, with a 2K from the Wilk and a 3K from the Shat, did manage to somehow bring that back. And oh wow, that was a miraculous clutch. There's not enough unison pressure from all of the Supremacy players. I mean, they really needed to come in together, and instead they engaged one by one. And as a result, Shate and Wilkie did manage to end up winning that round. That attack strategy for Supremacy, by the way, was a really nice one. I do like what they were doing there. That was the attack strat we were discussing earlier, which was take control over the middle floor, deny that roam game in the library, to deny the run out, and then push in through the, sorry, not push in through the, but rappel onto those cocktail lounge windows, apply pressure to the bomb site itself, and then get the defuse plant. Now what happened there, as you can see, is Wilkie somehow managed to slip by that flank hold, and the run out was not denied. And that's really what ended up causing the loss there for Supremacy. But they still have 1 round to win this map outright and deny the overtime.
I'm trying to reflect on the past 7 rounds of ENCE play and trying to debate whether or not this is the ENCE we saw 2 weeks ago or if this is the Sisu we've seen for the past 18 months.
See, that's the frustrating thing. Is
I
that
feel like
it's
this is the Sisu from the past 18 months.
We've been seeing, they always have like a match where they're just on point and everything is happening for them, regardless of the team they're playing against too. Yep. It's not like it's not just against pushover teams, that's not what I'm saying. It's just sometimes they're on point, sometimes they're not. It's hit or miss with ENCE. And I don't know, today they just feel a little bit slower than we're used to. The confidence is kind of withering, and I think it might be because they're now on match point against them. That's not a good feeling.
It's not, but they also know that if they win this round and do it successfully, they will go into overtime, giving them a little bit of a breather. Not much, though. Enough just to get themselves back into the motivation.
Yeah, ENCE has already progressed their way into the building very close to the bomb sites. They are sprawled out around this middle floor, just waiting for the opportunities to get a couple picks and put themselves in that man advantage. Meanwhile, we do still have a very heavy roam from Supremacy on the top floor, which will be all but useless given that ENCE is just addressing this horizontally.
And it looks like some lack of droning will then allow Zephyr to sneak on up the red stairs to pick off Minari. However, he is met by Kanto, but he does not land the shots. Zephyr comes swinging out on top, getting that frag down. A 3-on-5 in favor of Supremacy. This is looking like it could be in their favor, but again, they did not successfully catch the 5-2 last round. So this could still be ENCE's round, and we could see overtime. But with Shate being disoriented, Zephyr's going to come swinging back up the red stairs here. And Shate might be taken out of commission. I don't know if there's a hole that's been opened up to allow from the cubby into that red stairwell, but it looks as though Bibu gets taken out by Boonsy. Spark picking up the headshot there into Shate, and out to 2-on-4. Zephyr still holding it nice and steady in the red stairwell. They know that the disorientation is coming. They know that both remaining members are going to be inside of reading. They're playing it very cautiously, playing the softer angles. You saw Spark above. He's waiting for the push out towards the red carpet, which is looking like we might see Boonsy and Wilkie go there. They are kind of looking towards the B site, and he's already inside of the hallway here. Flashbang's going to go in. Rafael will meet those and see him. He's going to move in forward, but Rafael picks up the kill. The shotgun from underneath. Poseidon gets it. Zephyr will fall to Wilkie's shot, and Spark will come swinging in hard and loud. That's going to be map number 1, going to Supremacy in a 5-3 fashion.
Not what I expected, to be completely honest, on Cafe. Sisu always, ENCE has always felt very comfortable. Well, previously Sisu, now ENCE has always felt really comfortable on this map, and now Supremacy showing their dominance here.
I think this is exactly why we saw them pick this map against ENCE, as they had stratted it out, they've counter-stratted, they knew how ENCE was going to react, and ultimately, that's how the map number 1 goes.
Yep. And now moving on to map number 2, it's going to be Chalet. Now, arguably, that's the sort of map that I would say also favors ENCE from history. But if Supremacy had put in the same amount of counter-strategy, if they have just as much understanding as they did on what we just witnessed on Cafe, on Chalet, then it might be a 2-0 here. This is a very definitive Supremacy coming out here today, coming up against ENCE, regardless of map.
It's very possible. Let's get underway and look at some highlights here from our previous map here on Cafe. This was a 3K from Kanto, one of them being his own teammate, but long story short, ENCE fell short on too many rounds here. Supremacy kicked it up a notch, and we saw them doing tremendous work. This moment here, this was a very good moment by Supremacy. It was Bibu and Spark both collapsing or both holding their cocktail lounge. They wasted 2.5 minutes up here, picked off, I think, 2 or 3 kills, and then back downstairs, and they said, well, we did our job.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that ENCE didn't even really address them very much. So they wasted, there was 2.5 minutes wasted, but at the same time, it was really just due to the fact that ENCE was doing a little bit too scared on their pushes. This was that round that was technically won by ENCE in a nice 2K, 3K fashion between Wilkie and Chate, but it wasn't quite enough to bring it the match all the way back.
Yep.
New feed active.
Now here we have Zephyr on one of his roam games. He comes up swinging. That's the double kill. He picked up one earlier. And ultimately, Supremacy really stepping it up today. I think the community was very wise to consider this matchup very close.
I mean, of course, you're going to have ENCE get a lot of points because they've been around for so long. But Supremacy definitely did show us some true strength today. And I look forward to seeing what they're going to show us on Chalet.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting here that in the interview with Supremacy during I think it was the decider matches last week, we talked to the coach, Kiwi, from Supremacy, and he had mentioned that the original timeline for Supremacy to be here in the Pro League was Season 3. They said Season 1, they were just going to get used to playing on PC, because originally they are from Xbox. They were going to get used to PC, get better, learn the strats, learn the gameplay. Then in Season 2, they'd make it to the Challenger League. Season 3, be in the Pro League. They're ahead of schedule by 1 entire season, almost ahead of their entire goal of getting all the way to LAN. Let's head, though, into our game here. It's going to be map number 2 on Chalet. ENCE is going to be on attack, as Supremacy is on defense, and we're going to see Bombsight head all the way downstairs into the Wine Cellar and Snowmobile Garage.
Wine Cellar, Snowmobile Garage, usually the secondary bomb site for the majority of teams, and it's interesting to see Supremacy try to bring us somewhere a little bit different. But they've done that in the past. I mean, we saw them on Cafe bring us to Fireplace first instead of the old top floor. And it's worked out for them pretty well. So, of course, Supremacy having won map 1 already. And if you did not catch that one, was on Cafe just prior. They are going to be just looking to finish this up here with a nice quick 2-0. Meanwhile, ENCE Esports, obviously, if nothing else, have to be trying to protect their dynasty, as they are, again, one of the great titans of the European scene.
I mean, we noticed this, and we talked about it before during the group stages brackets. We've shown it, that every single game any of these teams have played, ENCE has played 2 this season so far, Supremacy has played 3, have all ended on the 3rd map, 2-1. So if the cycle is going to be broken, looks like Supremacy will be the one to break it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem likely, though. I feel like ENCE is really going to come into their own here on Chalet. Now, being an emotional team as ENCE is, as they've told us in the past, and the confidence required for them to actually perform, that actually might not play through here, because they did just lose map number 1, and that's got to hurt. Now, against Supremacy, though, Supremacy has been just, again, feeling very strong. And they are going to be going for what I believe is slightly a heavy roam game, as I think that's Bibu all the way over in Trophy right now. Meanwhile, the top floor has been mostly forfeited. Yeah, that's Bibu playing over inside of Trophy, so that's just in an attempt to get that flank down in case the attackers choose to attack onto Wine Cellar. But it doesn't seem to be ENCE Esports' plan right now. Seems like they're going for more of a bar drop-down take right here. That hole that's been opened up by the Ash just now is going to give full visibility of the snowmobile garage and be able to destroy any of those bandit batteries that are on it right now, allowing then Wilkie to open it up from outside if that's where he is.
Yeah, we do have Panari, who was using that IQ electronics sensor earlier to try and spot out maybe some Valkyrie cameras put inside of the Fireplace Lounge. Bibu's still here inside of Trophy, but as we say that, he's going to drop down into the larger garage, into that main garage coming towards the Wine Cellar.
Yeah, he's conscious of the fact that ENCE is not attacking right now onto Wine Cellar, and he's going to try to influence the round by rotating. There is right now a Panari waiting patiently for him to challenge. We'll see who comes out on top there. Wow, actually Bibu's going to kill Panari. That is surprising. Yeah, Panari had the nice angle there. Yeah.
He had been holding that for a good 2 minutes now, or a minute and a half at least. Bibu comes all the way back upstairs. He's now opened up a gate, opened up a hole in ENCE's attack.
See, that's what we were seeing between Penta, or that was seeing from Penta and Millenium earlier. Wow, Raphael with a nice double kill there onto Wilkie and Kanto. Now a 2-on-5. ENCE Esports gonna push in, but they're only gonna get 1 kill so far. Shate onto Raphael, a nice refrag, but it's still not enough. With 40 seconds to go, Shate's gonna push in and trade. It's all down to Boonsey now in a 1 versus 3, and it's not going to happen. That angle, which was previously opened up by the attackers, used against the attackers. And yeah, no, very clearly here, Supremacy feeling comfortable on Chalet, just as they did on Cafe earlier. Definitely the ENCE maps seeing a little bit of a turnaround.
Yeah, ENCE is going to decide to go to Kitchen and Trophy this time around, and though the rotator that they're going to take out is Mira. They're going to put in Pulse for that.
Attackers need to locate
now,
and defuse.
We are going to be basically seeing a standard lineup here from, I want to say from ENCE. Supremacy, though, they've chosen to go with the Thermite and Hibana when Bombsight's going to be in Kitchen and Trophy. Not necessarily something you need both of those breach operators for. Typically, you just bring the Hibana, open up the hatch from that master balcony.
You know, it's an interesting contrast because on Cafe we saw almost no breach operators played. It was almost entirely just, hey, let's go for the frag potential, even if you're sacrificing the frag potential from Hibana. It was quite interesting. And now here on Chalet, it's the complete opposite, or to contrast Cafe.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Which is, I don't know, to me a little bit weird. The destructive, obviously, yes, on Chalet you do need more of that potential, but at the same time, it's about even between the two maps.
Spark is going to be up here on that backyard rock, looking in through the kitchen window. Misses his target there. I believe that was going to be onto Boonsey.
Supremacy taking this nice and slow. Now, okay, so what I was trying to reference earlier is that what we've been seeing from Supremacy so far in this matchup is the same thing we saw from Penta Millenium earlier, which was just Penta straight up winning their fights. Just no other, all factors aside. Penta was straight winning their fights against Millenium, and that's really what it came down to. And now we're seeing the same thing here. Supremacy are just straight winning their fights against ENCE. I mean, Panari held that angle on West Lobby Stairs for how long? A minute and a half? And he still managed to lose it to a Jaeger who is just straight up challenging. I think it was Poseidon.
Yes, and now we are getting underway here.
Actually, it was Bibu, my bad.
Less than a third or a quarter, half of the round left to go here. And there's still a lot of fighting going on inside of the library, which ultimately doesn't give you too much ground. It looks as though Zephyr has backed on out of that, as Cantor Raketi also navigated away. He's going to be downstairs inside of the Wine Cellar with Panari right next to him there inside of the Blue Hall. Zephyr's going to try to work his way down and challenge this. Panari is there. Free Fires come on out. And Panari will come out on top, downing Zephyr, moving on up to finish up the kill, collect his bounty. A 4-on-5 now after the first kill of the round has only lasted about a minute and 45 seconds. Now there's
Uh-oh.
a minute left to go, and there is Bibu coming up with the trade. Kanto's still downstairs, however, and it looks as though Bibu's going to wait for him to go for a peek.
That's a good refrag there from Supremacy. No big loss on the attacker side of things. But as you can see here, there's still quite a heavy roam game coming out from ENCE. And Supremacy needs to pressure it out with only 46 seconds left to go. They got to make this happen.
Now the benefit for Supremacy is they do have top 4 control, so they're going to be able to try to get that drop hatch opened up. However, Shate peeks around through the bush, grabs the kill into Poseidon. Bibu with yet again another kill there, and it looks as though Kanto's head will be taken out. Bibu with a 3K now, tagged another one, and there's 2 more to go. Wilkie and Boonsie, 20 seconds left, and Shate is going to go for a couple shots from Kitchen, as Boonsie's still moving his way over towards the trophy room.
15 seconds
That's going
to
to
go.
take the Blackbeard out of position. Sparks going to have to navigate away. C4 comes on out. Rafael will fall. And last man, Boonsie, will have to get the shots down onto Spark. And that is ENCE walking away with a victory on round number 2.
So here begins the slugfest. The attackers feeling comfortable on both sides of the fence. This is what we saw happen on Cafe to start us off. And this is what we're seeing happen on Chalet to start us off yet again. ENCE with a nice collapse there onto the Supremacy hold, dealing with the roamers swiftly, then just simply pushing into the bomb site from both angles through the B window and the dining table both. Good collapse. Now, moving forward, we will have a bar gaming room defense from Supremacy, and I'm not as shocked by this anymore as I used to be. And meanwhile, on the ENCE lineup, might not have seen any destruction, actually. Nope, there is a Habana. At least we have a Habana coming out from ENCE. Also an IQ, which is somewhat of an interesting pick here. I'm thinking they're expecting to be attacking onto a basement right now. But Supremacy is going to surprise them, I'm sure, by going to that Bar Gaming. Now, Bar Gaming has seen an uptake in play in recent seasons, specifically this one, just this season, actually. It has really proven itself as a viable bomb site, but there have been a little bit of ups and downs to it, some counters, and overall, I think it's been well-rounded for the defenders, and actually more wins than losses, I think.
Yeah, this season has kind of been the season it's shined in PC. However, Supremacy coming from the year, or from the Xbox, the Xbox League, that actually saw quite a bit of Chalet play here inside of the bar and gaming room. So Supremacy's kind of bringing some of that knowledge here, maybe identifying a few things that some of the PC teams have not picked up just yet. Supremacy's still trying to find out if Wilkie will move his drone so he can finish it off, but that's going to force Spark to move out, as that Twitch drone will still shock him. Penari double checking to make sure that a cam will not necessarily be inside of the master bedroom. He spotted the one out by the main stairs. That's going to be the kitchen stairs. This is going to be one of those standard cameras.
And it's just taking control of these top floors, looking for the angles onto the defenders who are playing by the library. So in order to take onto bar, you need to clear out library first, because you have to eliminate that vertical control for the defenders. More importantly, once you have eliminated that vertical control for the defenders, you inherently then have it yourself, which offers you a lot of maneuverability onto those anchors.
Now they know that a player from Supremacy is going to be on the back stairs. There you see Rafael. He's going to be the one behind that shield. They know exactly that, okay, there is a person there. Blackbeard already spotted him out. The shield gives it away as well. It's how many people are going to be inside a library, and how are they going to get them out? You see ENCE just fortifying themselves right on the other side of L by office and kitchen stairs. Nade's going to come in hot from Penari. Lands on Rafael. That's going to remove him from the back stairs. They've also opened up the drop hatch. That's going to allow for the flank coverage as Spark is underneath.
Zephyr might get a good flank off here, though. It doesn't look like anyone from ENCE is watching for this.
They are not. He's going to move up forward, goes for the rush, picks off Shate, moves on over, and that's already Penari, who's been taken out by Spark. Kanto gets the trade onto Spark, and a 3-on-3 now, as Kanto's coming up from the basement, and he's going to move in towards those main stairs, looking in towards game room and bar. He's got a little barbed wire he's got to get rid of first, so he doesn't give away his position, but before he does that, he's going to be very cautious. Wilkie and Boonsie, last other men alive here with Kanto. Shots now coming on through towards that mirror window of Poseidon, going to tuck him away inside of the wall. 3-on-2. Now that Zephyr has been taken out by Boonsie from the balcony of office. Bibu and Poseidon last two. The switch drone action going to happen, then force Poseidon to just do a little jiggle on the bite on the floor here. And he will get taken out by Boonty. Bibu picking up 1 kill. He's got 2 more to go. Goes for the shots, but misses Boonty. He's going to go back up the stairs. Boonty's going to try to challenge this. And it looks as though some shots go through the bottom of the stairs. It will catch Bibu's knee, decapitate, and we will see him go down. As ENCE securing this round, and that's going to be, I think, 2-1.
So ENCE get their first lead of this map, and they put themselves in a spot where they're thinking to themselves, all right, we can get that third map. We can make that third map happen. We don't have to lose this series. Meanwhile, Supremacy, while they were looking pretty strong on that defense and they got a good flank off, they had a good manner of trade backs, they still weren't unable to cinch out the round. I think it really came down to that pressure from Blackbeard all the way up on the main lobby balcony. He was just, his presence there was so dominant for the majority of the round, cut off such a good portion of the map, which resulted in Supremacy having to rotate around it and into lanes they weren't comfortable. And, you know, despite losing that top floor control, then the roamers were kind of forced into engagements they didn't like. Now,
Bibu has been doing a lot of work here on these first 3 rounds, and the rest of his team is going to have to start stepping it up if they want to bring this to a 2-0 victory. I mean, Bibu with 6 kills, some of his teammates with 2, 1, and also a 0 there by Poseidon. They just need to start working more together as a team, as we see ENCE doing on this map.
I mean, in contrast, Poseidon was one of the top fraggers, I think, for Cafe. He did some really good work there.
Yep.
So, I mean, you know, everyone has their ups and downs, of course, but you're absolutely right. We do need to start seeing Supremacy start to wake up as a whole, as a team, as a unit. And I think they will. I mean, they've been showing us some great things today, and I don't imagine they're going to give up this lightly on the second map. Now, both destructibility options from, whoa, what a run out from Wilkie.
Oh,
and
he's
Will
going
get
to
a
tag
kill.
Bibu, taking out the top fragger for Supremacy. Wilkie realizing that timed rush out is perfect for someone trying to rush over to the trophy window. That also might have been a Vault cam to giving that out.
Ladies and gentlemen, write it down. 2 minutes, 41, 42-ish seconds left in the round on that run out. I'd say about 240. 240 is the right moment to make that run out happen.
Wilkie's still not going to go back to site. He's going to stay up inside of the kitchen with some coverage from Kanto. They're going to be the 2-man roam game off-site, holding this portion of the map down. That's the north end of the map. Poseidon looks like he wants to pinch in as Zephyr tries to peek around.
We are going to have Kanto Raketti playing inside the dining table. He's going to be challenged soon by Poseidon. This is going to be an important fight here, despite the fact that we've already lost Bibu for Supremacy. There can be even more of a deficit here. Kanto's always been good at playing these aggressive angles and winning them. Poseidon's got a large mountain to climb here, especially considering this would be his first frag of the match.
Now Wilkie and Wilkie is actually backed on up, taking a little bit of a softer, more conservative angle, allowing Kanto Raketti to also get here on an angle to the right side of kitchen. Poseidon still finding it difficulty, still finding some hurdles to get over to the kitchen. Once he gets there, the engagement might get a little bit sooner, or a little bit quicker, a little bit easier for him. Kanto opts to give up that position. They're going to back over a little bit more closer to Fireplace.
He's wasted so much time already. He doesn't have to force this out. Meanwhile, the Habanis is trying to hold the flank for his teammates, who are now pushing in through this main wine cellar wall. This is the most important part of the attack, and as long as Habanis stays alive, she's done her role.
Now, I think it's also worth noting that we did have Zephyr down inside of the cubby, which is on the left side of Booncy. That wall may have gotten opened up because it was soft. No, it hasn't yet. Zephyr's waiting for that perfect opportunity. He's going to come swashing in with the hammer, and he'll most likely catch Booncy off guard. Poseidon will finally pick up the shot onto Kanto after that engagement lasted for about 2.5 minutes. Here comes the hammer shot. Booncy now is going to tuck himself inside of the corner. Goes for the peek, and the SMG-11 comes out on top as Poseidon will also fall by Wilkie. A 2-on-4 now with Wilkie trying to hold this top floor control. And it looks like Rafael is going to try to toss in his last stun grenade. Gets caught up by the ADS. There's some shots going in down, and Rafael will come out on top, but only for a moment as Shate picks up the frag onto Rafael, and ENCE will come out 3-1 at the moment after round number 4.
And it's looking to bring us that third map, seeming very strong here on this defense. I love that run out from Wilkie at about 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Meanwhile, the rest of his team with a great roam. You saw Kanto hold fast inside dining until there were only about 40 seconds left. That's so much time wasted. And then once the actual attack from Supremacy came into the bomb site, they just didn't have enough men. The manpower wasn't there, and they just couldn't get the refrags.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Now with that 3-2 scoreline for ENCE, they're going to be moving on to the attack. Once again, Supremacy will be defending the kitchen trophy.
Now this bomb site has seen probably the most play out of any bomb site on Chalet.
Easily, yeah.
And there really, other than the different holds on the top floor, there really has not been a drastic difference
10
over the
seconds
past
remaining.
few seasons with regards to holding this site. Has there been?
Well, we've seen, you know, okay, so there's two real different ways
Attackers
that
have
we've seen
recovered their
this site
diffuser.
defended.
Attackers are
The
moving
two
out
different
to locate a
ways
bomb
are,
and defuse it.
first of all, you're usually always playing somebody in B in trophy. That's almost definitive. Second of all, you have a hard anchor, and then that hard anchor will pivot some roamers downstairs, or already have roamers downstairs, and they can go all the way from library to downstairs. You know, it's just kind of a wide roam. But the retreat is always downstairs. And then the other way is having their roamers focus up into the master and offices. A lot of reinforcements in mirror windows and castle barricades. But when it really all comes down to it, the only variation that actually comes into this defense is on that roam game. Where do you want your roamers to be? How do you want them to operate? Do you want them to try to hard hold in master and office? Or do you want them to try and roam from library to basement? That's your call, and it's different for every team, but those are the real variations. Wow, what a rush here from ENCE!
ENCE has pushed into the trophy room. They're going to tag one down. Looks like Shate picks up the kill into Poseidon, gets injured in the process. Rafael also removed from play by Boonsy through the kitchen window. A 5-on-3. Zephyr picks up that kill to Panari. Bibu picking it up through the window to meet Boonsy's face with a couple bullets. 3-on-3. Shate's still been injured. Kanto and Wilkie will have to hold down the fort now that the diffuser has been planted. Looks like Shate gets picked back up. It's going to be a 3-on-3 game. Zephyr is above. He's likely to hop on out the balcony, hop into the window. And it looks as though that kill from Spark will then lead into a potential downfall here for ENCE. But no, Shate's going to say, go down, Bibu. And Zephyr comes swinging in forward to the hallway here. Spark comes on board. He's going to be detected and then be taken out there. And that's going to be the round in favor of ENCE. It's now 4-1. We are now match point away from going into the overtime third map.
It looks like ENCE is just going to be able to secure that third map. As you can see here, some excellent play. I love that rush straight in through the B bomb site window. No mucking about, just kind of just shift W, and it absolutely worked. They saw the gas canisters, and as you can tell, Supremacy, whoever was playing smoke in that instance, he popped off his gas canister. He was like, okay, I'm good. I'll just wait.
Yeah.
They're not going to push through gas. And lo and behold, here comes the entire ENCE team straight on through your gas canister, and they did not care one bit. And they got that full control over B, and it just caught Supremacy off guard. Now, ENCE, with their own trophy defense, I'm sure they're not going to fall for such a trick.
Attackers have located a bomb.
No, and that's got to be, some of that has to be given to the fact that ENCE did a very good job of droning out that top floor, realizing how much investment Supremacy had put up into there, how many operators, how many players they had up there, and allowed for just to say, hey, let's push in. We know there's a smoke. We know we can survive at least 2-3 seconds into it, and let's hopefully get this engagement underway.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, it does look like ENCE is going to want to push us to map numero 3, so
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
they only
Attackers'
have to win
objective
one
is to defuse
defense,
the bomb.
and on a site like Kitchen Trophy, it's totally feasible. Supremacy's got the pressure on their shoulders now, and this is a huge shift from what we were seeing earlier on the previous map, because it did really feel like Supremacy were in a very comfortable spot on Cafe. And now it's just somehow that is completely shifted. You see Supremacy playing aggressively as they do and winning fights as they do, but it's just not enough for the strategy that we're seeing ENCE throw at them.
Zephyr working his way up onto the bathroom balcony, trying to pinch out anyone that might be inside of the library, but there's no one there. It's only Wilkie. He's going to be here by the L. Outside by Office, gets spotted out by Rafael. Zephyr's going to hop in through the window here momentarily. Poseidon's just going to drone it out first. Bibu's already got control. Oh, to his right side is going to be Cantor Raketti. There comes the shot going on down. A wonderful collapse, a wonderful crossfire. Zephyr will come up on that frag.
That's the power of drones, ladies and gentlemen. Now ENCE, when they were in a position to lock this out, are in a 2 versus 5 now. We are going to have Shate go for that late roam. Meanwhile, Boonsy going to be the only anchor left. That was just a very good collapse from Supremacy onto the roam game from ENCE. Having such an immense roam game meant that, you know, you put all your eggs in one basket, you're going to result in heavier losses.
Now Shate has managed to get back up to the lobby. He's going to be aggressive, though, and not stay passive. Moves on forward. He saw Rafael. He's going to wait for the peek. You're holding a softer angle. He looks away at the wrong time. Rafael then gets spotted, gets taken out. Poseidon going to go up to the balcony. Shate's going to come out on top. Takes off the Blackbeard's head. Oh, that's the Habana as well. Takes top floor control, but then says, I'm going to move on over. He had Diffuser up there, but he knows he's just going to spend time.
Yeah, I don't think he saw it. With a minute left, he probably should have tried to stay upstairs. But, you know, coming back to his teammates, not the worst thing in the world. Technically, they can both hold very easily here, just from the B-bomb site. As soon as the attackers get the diffuser, they are going to have to plant in kitchen or trophy, which is easily controlled from just trophy. So now we are going to have Boonsy and Shate in a nice little crossfire here to hold this out for the possible win outright.
Yeah, now these gas canisters are seeming to be a little bit early, but that's going to allow ENCE to then rotate around, make sure that they've got the angles they need to. Last gas grenade got tossed, I think, right there by Boonsy. Not exploded just yet, but a 3-on-2 is going to ensue. You've got flash grenades going on inside. Shate's still going to have his vision. Spark's going to push in from the window, play some pressure onto the trophy window. As Shate's close, he gets one. Can he get the shot there on the Bibu? He's going to go for it here momentarily. He's also got the window shot by Spark. Spark is 2 bullets away from death, and Shate's going to turn away right at the wrong time. He looks on over. He grabs that kill now. 2-on-1. We're going to see Bibu get Shate with the ace. That's going to be it here. That is going to be right there. Good half. That is going to be a 5-on-2, I believe. 5-on-1.
Wait, technically we can call it a 5-on-1 because Shate did ace.
5-on-1. No, I meant 5-to-1 win here for ENCE Esports as they take map number 2. We are then going to go into our third and final map on Oregon. Again, each and every single one of these games, each and every single one between any map that Sisu has played, any series Sisu has played, or ENCE now, and any series that Supremacy has played, has always gone to a third map. And that is what we're seeing here on the first playoff day between these two teams.
Now, I don't want to say that Shate absolutely carried the heck out of that match, but Shate absolutely carried the heck out of that match. Wow, stepping up there, especially on that last round, but overall throughout the map.
He ultimately, I mean, we constantly hear about players that shine here and there on teams. We talk about Nesk often on BRK Esports. We talk about players such as Cantor Raketti on ENCE from time to time. Now we've also got Shate we can mention. I mean, Shate's always been a very strong player.
He's definitely one of the best players on Sisu in terms of versatility. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. Hopefully, also most notably that ace towards the end, because I believe that was an ace. You know, I can't help but feel like
he picked up the 2 top side. That was going to be the Thermite and Habana.
It was an ace.
He grabbed on down. He went downstairs, grabbed the shots there onto, I think it was the Sledge, the Blackbeard.
It was a well spaced out ace too.
Here's attempt number 2. Toss.
And there it goes.
Might have been a little bit too far. No, it did pick up Rafael.
There you go. Love that C4 from Wookie.
Now here was Zephyr. He's going to pick up the 1 kill as the trade came in.
Yeah, unfortunately they still lost that round, and it was, again, there you go, because of that Blackbeard pressure that we talked about.
That's Bibu just swinging on up saying, I see the top of the shield. He's not looking at me. We can get the side shots onto him.
And here it is, that round that was supposed to be won by Supremacy. I mean, a 5-on-2, or technically a 5-on-1, because Boonsy kind of just got put into a corner.
There it is. So there's the first 2 kill from Shate. He's going to drop down, and he later be right here. Picks up the 1 kill there onto Zephyr. Turns around, gets the Blackbeard. That's 4 kills. He's going to move on over, gets split of Bibu as well, and congratulations on the ace.
Very well played there to Shate to definitely win it for his team. Single-handedly, absolutely.
Single-handed. Yes. Now, ladies and gents, that was the end of map number 2. We're going to get underway with map number 3 here in a moment. Again, to reiterate the importance of this series, in case you just recently joined us, the winner secures their spot to LAN in Cologne, Germany at Gamescom in the middle of August. The loser will have to play next week against Millenium, as Millenium was unsuccessful in their victory, or in their match against PENTA earlier this evening. So the loser today will then go up against next week into Millenium. Winner from that game between Millenium and the loser of this series will also get their spot at LAN, because there are 3 teams from the European scene that make it all the way to Germany.
Yeah, and going on to a map like Oregon, I really cannot say which team this is going to favor. I think I want to say overall, I think it's going to favor Supremacy, but ENCE really stepped it up in that last map.
A part of me is feeling Supremacy,
Mm-hmm.
but the momentum, if ENCE can keep it up.
Well, that's what we were saying about Supremacy coming off of the last map, too. I mean, I don't think momentum's going to be much of a factor here. I think it's just going to come down to playing their own game and committing to what they know they can do. Because what we saw ENCE do that last map, I mean, yes, absolutely. You saw Shate be like, you know what? I'm a really good freaking player. And I'm just going to go, I'm going to kill everybody. I'm going to win it for my team. I'm going to make this happen. We didn't see that from them, from ENCE on the first map. They were just kind of dormant. We didn't.
I mean, you talked about how they are an emotional team, and from time to time, the emotion can be in their favor and can help them secure that victory. Like Shate, I guarantee you, he's very emotional.
He's got to be happy right now.
But at the same time, that emotion can lead to variances in how one plays. We saw, for example, Poseidon actually on Supremacy. He did very well on the first map on Cafe, didn't do so well on the second map. But when a full team is very, we'll call it emotional, you can turn around from a deficit. You can turn around from a loss very quickly, but you can also turn around from a victory very quickly as well, and things can go south very quickly.
Yeah, it is kind of all turn on a dime sort of thing, a little bit of a bipolar thing going on with some teams that find themselves in that position. I don't think it's too much of an extreme, though. And I think that's why we're talking about, like, with ENCE, for example, they're a little bit more strategic than what we see from Supremacy. And I think that actually works to their advantage within the context of how they operate as a squad, because it gives them a little bit of a grounding. It gives them something, a track to run along.
So let's talk. Sorry,
no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, let's talk about Oregon for a second here, because we've started to see a lot more Red Tower play, I'll say, than than past seasons.
It's still abnormal, and it usually results in a loss for the defenders, to be quite frank. I mean, the more interesting thing for me is that kitchen defense, which, while arguably also sees a good amount of losses, I think it's about even compared to the tower, which I have to say is probably about 90% losses. We don't see that tower defense won very often. I think that it has potential to be a good bomb site, but not in the same way that on Chalet we had the bar gaming room thing going on. That bar gaming room, that's absolutely a good bomb site. That's totally viable. Customs defense from Penta on border, absolutely viable. I love the way they set themselves up there. They have all their bases covered, and it works well for them. I mean, it's undefeated. Every time the Penta's gone customs on border, for as far as I can remember, they've never lost that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot of bomb sites that are variant to the meta that I think are absolutely justifiable to go to, but the tower, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I think that when we see it in Pro League, maybe in scrims it's different, but when we see it in Pro League, it is usually bad for the defenders.
We're still waiting on the lobby to get reformed and for players to funnel on in. Let's reminisce for a minute about this past season and all the different, we'll call them off-meta or off-standard bomb sites throughout the different maps of this Pro League. So on Oregon, we have the Red Tower, we have Kitchen and Dining. We've seen both of those sites. On Bank, we've seen all 4. We've seen the top 4, Nox Gaming being the one to show us all 4 bomb sites on Bank. On Chalet, we've seen all 4 bomb sites, the top floor and the gaming room and bar. Consulate, obviously, all 3. Border, have we seen a Teller hold yet on Border this season?
Not this season. No,
not this season.
Not this season. Last time we saw it was Invitational, if I recall correctly. But luckily, we have a map to play.
We do. We are going to get underway here with Oregon, our 3rd and final map of this evening for this best-of-3 series. First map went into favor of Supremacy, second to ENCE. And we are going to start off here with ENCE on attack and Supremacy on defense. Not a big change-up in operator selections here. The Mute is kind of a more standard pick on Oregon. We've seen a lot of Mute play recently.
Yeah. And as ENCE the size of Relief, and we see Supremacy the opposite. Size of, oh boy, here we go again. We will have Supremacy starting on that defense of the basement. No big surprise there. And going on to the attack of the basement, they're going to have a glass, which is somewhat different than what we're used to seeing on this particular bomb site. Although I like it. so what's going to be happening with that Glaz in all likelihood is they're going to be pushing into that main lobby, opening the main lobby drop, and then laying down a smoke screen, going for the defuse plant. Now, that kind of fell out of the meta when they took smokes off of Thermite and Ash, because most teams actually don't find themselves with smokes anymore. Not a lot of Jackal gets played, not a lot of Glaz gets played. And utilizing that smoke is going to be unique now in that sense, in that and it will be likely not hard countered by Supremacy. So that's going to give ENCE a good position to pivot from. At least a little bit of a leg up.
And we can see Kanto coming in from the construction site, holding down the bottom of the red tower, rotating himself up towards the very top. Which there is no one from Supremacy there just yet. We are going to spot out Spark roaming inside of the top floor.
This is such a heavy roam.
Zephyr's also here, yeah. Very heavy. They've got 2 heavy roamers all the way top side west end of the building.
They've got Bibu in meeting hall as well. If ENCE just commits to a construction take right now, and they're not going to do that, obviously, as they don't know everything, but if they committed to a construction take right this second, then they would absolutely just win this round outright, as it would take way too long for Zephyr and Spark to rotate. Unfortunately, they're not going to do that. They're going to try and clear from west to east, starting with these 2 roamers. They are going to drone them out together as a team and try to eliminate them. If they can actually take out Spark and Zephyr without losing anyone in the next 40 seconds, then they're going to be in a great position moving forward. However, half of the round has already progressed here, as you can see, and that is already a good portion of time off the board.
Ooh, Zephyr's going to tag the head there on a Wilkie peeking on out of the kids' dorms. Unfortunately, the drone has spotted out Spark, but not Zephyr, and the dual team roam will be successful for the moment. Kanto, though, gets the trade there on a Bibu.
Find him, though. He's got the camera, but that's not the information he needs. Yeah, so going to be a tower attack here from ENCE, and it doesn't look like that roam from Junk Tower is going to be much effective. Now, this is just them attempting to eliminate the, this is them just trying to eliminate the factor of somebody being able to flank when they repel into the B windows, when the attackers repel into the B windows, because the tower is the only way to do that as a defender.
Now, Zephyr, he's still going to look away at the wrong time. Wilk is going to go down a little bit further, and it might be in line of sight of Zephyr if he opens up the window a little bit more.
Well, the tower and I guess the dining table door.
Now we still have Zephyr here around inside of the white tower. All he's waiting for at the moment is either to be droned out and then back onto site, or he's going to wait for the call for someone to be on that big A window. Spark and Panari going to meet face to face. Panari comes out on top after throwing a couple bullets in the favor of Spark. 4 on 5 now, still 1/3 of the round left to go.
Armory control has been forfeited by the defenders. Instead, they've committed much harder to this deep roam game they've got going on here. And not trying to hold Armory is going to mean that ENCE has a lot of control here on this push.
If the attic and north windows are all going to be in favor of ENCE, you're going to see Wilkie end. Oh, there's going to be a jump out from Zephyr. He's going to move on over, tries to go for the kill there onto Wilkie, tags one, and then gets traded out. But that's also Diffuser that's fallen. It's going to waste a lot of time for Boonsy. He's got to get back up there. That's going to allow some members from Supremacy to rotate over. It's a 4 on 4. Rafael, as he swoops on over, he will be tagged down by Boonsy. Shotgun from Poseidon's going to get the trade down onto him. A 3 on 2. Now with Panari shots in Kanto, last man alive. Bibu's underneath. He's got a C4 in hand. He's going to look for a steady heartbeat, as Diffuser is going to be inside of kids, and he spotted him out, calls it on over. Now he could go for the shots down. C4 needs to come on out. It's going to go on over. Will Bibu get there in time?
10 seconds remaining.
He's going to go for the toss. Looks for shots, he tags it down, tosses it up. Can he get it? Oh, he goes down but misses it. And there it goes. The plant will be successful. Bibu now realizes he's the last man standing.
So Shate, despite not getting that kill and finishing the round outright, he did deny the diffuser stop from Bibu. And as a result, it looks like ENCE might walk away with this round.
Looks as though it is. Bibu is about 2 hits away, 1 if you're looking right at him. And Panari and Kanto are not likely to give this up. Flashbang's going to come on out towards the stairs. Bibu's going to be right there. Flashbang then goes, keeps him blind, and that is going to be it. Round will go in favor of ENCE. There you have it. That is going to be Kanto's peeking on that from the kids' dorms.
So again, ENCE really capitalizing on the fact that those roamers existed, picking them off early. And then after that, just going for a consolidated push in through the B windows. Really love that. Also, the fact that they got that crossfire from the main west window onto the B windows and the repel in. So when Blackbeard got taken out from that smoke shotgun, there was the refrag. Absolutely great teamwork there from ENCE. And now we're going to see the same defense from ENCE that we saw from Supremacy just prior.
We are going to see a Rook come out here today, and it's going to be played by Panari. We typically don't see
Attackers
Rook,
need to
and they
locate
are
and
foregoing
defuse
their
as many
Mira
bombs as they
instead
can.
of it. Which we've said before, Mira is not too important to, it's not a huge essential or not a top priority for a top floor bomb site hold, and that could be why they're going to be bringing the Rook here.
I mean, she's definitely useful, but you're right. She doesn't fulfill like the necessary role that she does down in the basement. And that putting that mirror window onto the closet in the basement, you gotta have it. You gotta have it. Up here, not the worst thing in the world if you don't. But yeah, Supremacy. Going to be bringing that Ash, Thermite, Blackbeard, Hibana, and Capitao. The Capitao air firebolt is going to probably going to be trying to use them. You know, it looks like it, based upon the Capitao pick, I'm guessing it's going to be a tower take. Once they've taken control over tower, they're going to repel on those B windows, same as ENCE did, because those firebolts are super useful in taking kids' dorms. There's a specific angle, as you can see here, where he's zoomed in right now, between the two windows that you cannot really get. You can't get the angle on if you're repelling. So the only way to get rid of someone there is usually just to use those fire arrows, because nades, of course, will be stopped by the ADS. And it takes way too much time to try and stack up the flashbangs.
Now Zephyr is going to be cautious of some potential Valkyrie. Cameras being tossed on out. Shate, though, might get Zephyr as he strafes across. Little peek happening. Rafael, though, he's already ready for it. Takes that 5.56 to Shate's face, sits him down for the round, and we're going to have a 5-on-4. Still plenty of time, though, for the attackers to just permit this onslaught forward. Wilkie is tucked around inside of the dining hall, I believe that is, unless that might just be the hallway. I think he is hallway right now. He's going to get burned out.
Oh, wow, he is lit, and he will be taken down by Spark. I don't think the secure will come out, though. Raphael is probably going to push for it. Yeah, no, he actually might get away. Could you imagine?
If he gets away from a fire arrow and a Blackbeard, that's going to be unheard of.
Oh,
he is.
no.
Cantor's going to pick him up.
Amazing.
Spark's going to drone that out, say, okay, there they are. He's now been picked up. No need to go for it. Wilkie does not need to re-peek. He goes, if he's aggressive again, it will likely not go in his favor.
So that really should have been a 5-on-3, but somehow ENCE managed to salvage that.
If ENCE comes out on top on this round, that will be the big mistake that allowed that victory to happen.
Yeah, so Capitao does still have one firebolt, and he's going to be using it to try and get rid of this smoke here, tucked in between these two windows, as we talked about earlier.
Now
Here it comes.
Now
He's actually moved.
He's moved over to the corner, and Bibu did not see it.
If he wastes his fire arrow, that's it. It's done. He's only got the one. Poseidon, meanwhile, is going to take out Wilkie.
That is the last gas grenade. There it is. However, the shots come on through. Booch is going to get the kill on his Zephyr. The fire arrow is going to do a little bit of damage, but not enough. Bibu now needs to get on over to the window by A site. 35 seconds to go. A 4-on-3 here. Looks as though Bibu and Raphael both going to try to challenge this now. Flashbang's going to go in. Now that means a repel inside. There it is, and he got the timing wrong. Bibu comes out on top. Raphael will be taken out by Kanto, though. That's the Thermite falling. A 1-on-3, and it looks like ENCE will not win this round. So Spark on Supremacy will get the shots down from the outside of a window.
A good lockout there from Supremacy, shutting down Shate early on his peek out, and then just the roam game overall being eliminated. I mean, you clearly saw ENCE, they were trying to commit to that roam game, but I mean, it was really truly unfortunate, to be completely honest, and we've been seeing this every single defense. Neither of these teams' roam games are making a dent, having any effect whatsoever. And they're trying, sure, but it's just not happening. So now, Supremacy, they're going on to their laundry room defense. And my big question here for you, Supremacy, are you going to be roaming two people in West again? Or are you simply going to anchor on the site? Because the anchors have been the only defenders that have really been influencing these rounds.
Kanto coming out strong for his team this round. We see the 7K from him after 4 straight rounds of play. Now, I agree with you. I don't think Supremacy should be putting 2 members in top west floor. That's not going to work out for them. What might work out for them, though, is putting 2, possibly 3 people inside of the meeting hall. And if they do that, and then with correct timing and understanding the amount of pressure being put onto them, if they then default rotate back onto site, it's possible that that will then lead to their victory on the site.
10 seconds remaining.
Anything's possible.
5 seconds to insertion.
We'll see how Supremacy choose to go about it. Looks like they are committing to that roam game yet again. They're going to be putting their utility up in the west side of the building. And if it works, it would be tremendous for their team. Well, it hasn't in the past, of course. It hasn't for either of these squads. But the possibility is still there.
You say put all 2 back on site. They say hold my beer, and they've added a 3rd one.
Let's go Supremacy.
Bibu was up top. He was playing some mute jammers down, giving him a little bit more cover.
That's going to be actually really useful. Those mute jammers is going to allow these 2 players to roam with a lot more freedom.
But you're sitting in the same spots.
Yeah, it still puts the pressure on ENCE to figure that out. I mean, maybe they're predicting that ENCE is going to predict that they're not going to be in the same spot. I don't know. Whatever the case be, this is going to give Spark and Zephyr a lot more maneuverability because of those mute jammers exclusively. Not much time being wasted here as ENCE start to drone out Spark and Zephyr. We are going to see this wall get opened up in Closet, and that's Spark already lit up.
Oh, he missed the target. Kanto was looking high as Spark was low. He's going to go for the refrag there. Flashbang's going to come on out. He's fully blind, but I don't think Kanto's going to re-engage. Boonsy will take the shots there from that MK17 onto Zephyr, finish him down. Flashbang's going to come on out. Spark is here with a pistol kill. Gets him down. Bibu also with a kill of his own, and Bibu getting a 2nd kill. This roam game is now looking like it's going to work in their favor, even though Rafael and Zephyr have fallen and met their match. It is Shate and Wilkie, last 2 alive here for the attackers.
And what seemed like a nice roam clear has quickly fallen apart for ENCE, and now they have to find 3 with only 2. A rotation from Spark is going to put him down in Classroom, and that's going to really shake up this ENCE attack, although they're conscious of it.
Shate knows that he's rotated back down, but he doesn't know if he's moved on over to the kitchen or stayed inside of the Classroom. Shate needs to pre-fire this a little bit. He might not. Wilkie looking like he might expose himself. There's 1 kill. He's going to go for another, but Shate's going to drop down. He goes for the kill there onto Poseidon, but misses. He keeps on going for it. He there and downs him. He's got 2 more to go. He's got the bearing 9 in his hand. He just go for the plant potentially. There's 40 seconds to go. Spark's coming around one side. Bibu's going to be on the other.
I think he was expecting the other 2 defenders to go fast, but they decided to play this slow, and that's probably the right move by them.
Definitely. Poseidon can hear if the plant's going to go down. He then gets finished off, calling out his team where he's at. Bibu's going to fall inside a box. Don't know if he did it silently or not. I think he is. Shate's going to move on over. There is a drastic pinch and a crossfire happening. I don't think Shate, no, you cannot plant inside of that closet. It would have been almost game over if he had. But instead, he's going to go here right inside of the supply room. And Bibu going to toss that C4. Good night. No, it misses its target. Still walking around with 2 health and a dream. He goes to the right side, misses target, goes left, he gets the trade!
Trade!
But it's not going to be enough because it's not the last defender, and that's going to mean Supremacy will win round number 5. They go up 3-2.
How did he hit that shot? You have to imagine if he had shot to the left instead of the right there, he would have won that fight straight up.
Yeah.
Put it into a 1 versus 1.
How do you get a pre-fire on the right side and the left side and still get the kill?
That's insane.
that is Shate for you.
Shate is on point tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Laundry room, supply room defense now from ENCE, and as you can see, the roam game from Supremacy finally working, shining through. Well done, I say, sirs. Now, that really does, I think that is really easily attributed to that mute play. You saw Bibu come up late with that mute. Also those jammers, very put to great use there for Supremacy.
Yeah, also the double kill from Bibu was tremendous. That was the mute, and definitely helped get their team into the lead. On top of that, though, Shate was looking in the right spot because he knew that, I think it might have been Spark. I think it might have been Spark playing the Bandit. He had jumped down from the window of the middle dorms, got into the classroom window undetected. He was identified as being the sound effect. The sound.
Everyone's gonna hear that, yeah.
Everyone heard it.
And it's a pretty
Really
common
jumped out,
rotation.
went on over, and Shate just wasn't sure if he stayed inside of the classroom or went over to the hallway, and he guessed wrong.
Yeah, truly unfortunate. If he had killed that bandit immediately in classroom, it would have been a 1-on-1. And if the same scenario had played off,
No, it would have been a 2-on-2.
2-on-2, excuse me, or 2-on-1, excuse me. Because the
still
Glass had to die. The Glass had to have died. I mean, they crossed at the same time.
No, but what I'm saying is Shate could have looked in the classroom before they made that cross, because he already looked towards
it.
Yeah.
I mean, supposedly, yeah, but whatever the case be, if he had killed him after the Glass died, it would have been a 2-on-1. He would, if the same scenario had played out from there, then it would have been a draw, which would have been quite interesting. We haven't seen a draw in Pro League in a long time. You can see here that ENCE not investing very heavily in this roam game right now, as compared to what they have done in the past. Still a little bit aggressive on their anchorage, but well, having quite a lot of anchorage.
Wilkie's going to be on these back stairs, and he's just going to sit tight for the moment. Zephyr also still is a statue moving in forward. All he's doing here is just allowing for some information, allowing for the flank to be held, for the rotation to happen. As Poseidon moves in towards garage, West End has already been taken control of. The only man off-site is Wilkie. He is on those back stairs. The rest are there rotating back to site.
Oh, he's coming back down, too. He's barely, you couldn't even call it off-site practically. He's just tippity-toeing out of the water nice and slow and coming right back. He's looking for an aggressive kill just to get his team some slight advantage, especially considering how cramped ENCE has got to be right now, with the fact that they've completely left this roam game.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
They've abandoned any and all roaming, and it's actually working fine for them. I mean, there's only a minute left for the attackers now.
Yeah, I think what this is going to allow is for Boonsy to actually stay alive and get some gas grenades tossed out, but it's got to be the correct distance. Last time it was a little bit too far.
Yeah, they got to time him right, too. There's still a lot of pressure on the defenders. But 40 seconds, and the attack is only just now starting to commence, really.
There's Poseidon. He's going to go for the plant. Looks like gas grenade will not go down. However, the C4 will. Shate picks up that kill into the diffuser planter. That's going to be Poseidon falling as Kanto trapped to kill there onto Rafael. First gas grenade of 3 will be thrown on out. 25 seconds left to go. Flashbangs now at the mix, and they're going on forward as Bibu's about to rush in. Gas grenade, that's number 2. Diffuser has been planted by Laundry, so it's going to have to be up to a 3-speed to try to rush on down, pick it up, and go for the plant. 5 on 3 now. Bibu, Spark, and Zephyr. Last 3 alive. Zephyr's trying to hold down from the top. Now, there is enough time to pick up that diffuser. Last C4 is going to go. He's going to pick it on up, go for the plant. He is going to be gassed out a little bit, but not enough there. And Bibu gets taken out. Spark as well, and Zephyr by Shate and Wilkie. Shate gets a 3 kill on the round. Wonderful job there by ENCE.
So, Supremacy. They established complete control, still had a minute to execute their attack. Unfortunately, you saw there from ENCE, just explosive aggression on that hard anchor in the bomb site. Onto the attack from Supremacy is all it really took to win that round. Each individual player on ENCE in that instance really shining and managing to bring it now into 3-on-3. Again, a constant slugfest between these two teams. Trades back and forth in these rounds. Now Kid Storm's going to be the defense from Supremacy.
I mean, this is pretty much exactly what we had expected. Going to overtime round, potentially going to the 11th round on the final decider map. And I don't think either of these teams would have wanted to have it any other way. I mean, yes, obviously they would have wanted to win 2-0, but I don't think any of these teams expected it to do anything but be this close.
Again, like the polls reflected definitely this scoreline coming out right now. It was 51% ENCE, 49% Supremacy. So quite an extreme favor of, or quite an extreme balance.
So this round right now, as we're going through our stats here, this round right now is the 100th round for Supremacy playing this season. This season alone, this is number 100, which I think is the first time any team can ever say that.
Yeah, it doesn't happen ever, but Supremacy have made it happen.
I mean,
that's cause for celebration right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's a lot of rounds in one season.
This is the 4th series they've played, which this will be the 12th map. 12th map, and that means almost every single map had to have gone to the 8th round at least, which means 5-3 on average, if not even more.
That is just extreme. Supremacy managed to bring it to a struggle against every team they've ever gone up against, whether they win or lose, and they are definitely a beast. They managed to, and you know what, I think you have to talk about how much practice that gives Supremacy in terms of slogging. Just long slogs, just playing the game over and over and over again. Like, that's got to give them some serious duration training, you know what I mean?
At the same time, though, I was going to bring this up during some of our analysis earlier, was the fact that they've had so many games, so many rounds, quote-unquote, on air, visible for VOD and for reanalysis. Does that give them a disadvantage? Because now a lot of their stuff has been seen, a lot of their patterns, a lot of their expectations and assumptions. I mean, it's just one point, one view to look at, because yes, they have a lot of playtime at this high level, especially in the grand scheme of things, but they also have potentially given a lot away.
Well, technically in the terms of practice, you're right. Technically, you get the same kind of practice out of scrims, let's be real. But when it comes to the pressure, and when it comes to, again, just playing for so many hours continuously, that's something that you're getting here that's a little bit unique. Somewhat unique, at least. And again, it is something to be proud of, the fact that you can call yourself the first team to have played 100 rounds.
Yeah, I think that deserves a 100 spam or something.
Yeah.
45 seconds to go, though. It's all 5-on-5. Let's get back into it now, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to be pushing in from the north window as well as the attic and the east window here. Now, Boonsy's going to move in forward here. He's going to repel inside after getting one kill. Looks like Kanto and Panari going to tag one down, but Wilkie will be traded out by his own teammate. Panari then finishing off Rafael, Sparky, and Poseidon. Last two alive. Sparky's taken down as Poseidon has to go 1-on-4. He's going to put his back to the wrong person, and Kanto sweeps it on up, and that's going to be ENCE winning round number 7. They now go up 4-3 and are 1 round away from securing that LAN spot at Cologne, Germany Gamescom.
A monstrous collapse there from ENCE, just all at once. 5-on-5. Let's move into the site. And it worked wonders. Now, they only need to win 1 more round, like you said, to get that spot at LAN. They are going to attempt to defend the kids' dorms in that effort.
It's a little bittersweet, though. Your 100th round and you lost it. I mean, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but maybe they'll win 101.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll win 101.
How to win rounds 101. Here you go, 101.
Here it is, though. We are going to be seeing ENCE on defense. They're going to choose that top floor site inside of the kids' dorms and the main entry point in that main back stairwell hallway. Honestly, I don't even know what that's called. Is that called bunks?
Which one?
The A-bomb site, the main west window.
The A-bomb site is, I just call it big west window, or main, or just bunks you call it.
I mean, there's literally 3 rooms of bunk beds. I know kids' dorms, middle dorms.
There's kids' dorms is the big one. There's generator is the one with the generator. You see that yellow generator there. Yep. And then, I'd usually just call that west window. Or you got little dresser is like, you got specific calls that I usually use for that one.
5 seconds left.
You also got default plant spot. I mean, yeah, no.
Yeah, behind the closet.
That's the A-bomb site usually gets chalked up to a bunch of specific calls, at least in my vocabulary.
Yeah. Now here we are. Still underway. Again, this is match point, series point, LAN point for ENCE. If we can have Supremacy win this attack.
I got a hunch that we're gonna have Supremacy win this attack.
I have a hunch as well that we will be going to round 11.
They have forced out almost every time overtime in almost every map. So I got a hunch. You know, I got a feeling that Supremacy is gonna win this round and at least bring it into overtime. Whether or not they'll win that overtime is beyond me.
Now we have 2/3 of the round left to go. Supremacy looking like they're going to force their way up to these north windows, which is where we saw the onslaught from ENCE come last round. Now, last time this happened, we saw Boonsy able to secure a kill and navigate through a fire floor and snag one kill that was flashbanged and taken out between Rafael and Bibu.
You can see their double Jaeger device. Oh, this firebolt could heavily damage the smoke, and it will, almost killing Boonsy, putting him on 1 HP.
That's
the second one might kill him.
Final one it is. He will go down. No,
oh,
no, you shouldn't have spotted
mark.
him.
Why'd you mark?
If you spotted him right there, that forced him to then rotate out just in the nick of time. He was injured. No, he's not. He's walking away with about 1 health. Gas grenade is going to come out, but not enough time is going to go past as Bibu picks it on up with the R4C from Ash, and that's going to be a 4-5 in favor of Supremacy.
Hey guys, this isn't ranked. You know, we have comms. We can say he's in corner. He's in the
I
west
think
corner.
you already knew that.
Yeah, that's the perplexing thing is he already knew it too. Whatever the case be, he still did die thanks to those fireballs pushing him off of that main wall, and now Supremacy with the lead.
They trade their Spark, taking out Shate as Panari swings around from the top of the back stairs, and he's able to tag a frag there onto Spark. 3 on 4. The north window, the north bomb site has been removed from the play there. Panari getting another 2K. That's going to be a total of 3 for him. He's got Poseidon and Zephyr, last man alive. Zephyr is repelled in the north window. He will tag the head there onto Kanto. A 2-on-2 now. He's got to find his way inside, but if he repels in, guess what? Panari's going to peek on around, and he will tag the shots down. He's going to get the frag as well as Wilkie underneath. They know the repel is here. There's 15 seconds. This round will go to ENCE. C4's going to come on out. Panari gets another ace here. Here's the 5th ace there. Panari tagging all 3 kills. That's going to be it. What a way to end it as ENCE secures their spot to LAN and Cologne, Germany at Gamescom in the middle of August. Now that is a way to go out. Panari snagging the ace. We talked about Shate doing tremendously well, tagging a 3K, 4K, but him as well here with an ace.
Everybody doing well in this entire match. I mean, it should be really mentioned that Supremacy brought that to the bitter end. Despite not getting the win, they still have that potential to go up against Millenium and push themselves into LAN.
They do, and I mean, we talked about it right there that hopefully Supremacy would win their 101st, their 101st. Yeah, we'll say 101st, 101st round. Unfortunately, did not go in their favor, but albeit they still have a chance next week to continue on to the route to LAN. But let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this final map on Oregon. Now, we talked about it before. This game decided who went to LAN, and it was ENCE coming out on top in a 5-3 victory. And I think ultimately ENCE truly deserved it. This was very well deserved of ENCE, as well as Supremacy put up one heck of a fight.
Yeah, I know. It was one of the better matches we've seen throughout this season. Both of these teams really coming in strong. I mean, some amazing gunplay from both teams. I especially, honestly, if I have to be specific, I really loved watching Shate kill people today. He did some, I mean, his gunplay was insane.
Are you fanboying right now?
A little bit. I mean, it was great. It was great. But there was some great coordination as well by Supremacy. And oh my gosh, this shot from Spark as well.
That was the 3rd round that they tried roaming around and they finally got it.
Yeah, that was the first successful roam as well for the whole map. I mean, we saw from ENCE, they completely shifted off of their roaming and it worked for them moving forward.
Was it this map or was it the previous map that Shate got his ace?
Or was the previous map, it was on Chalet.
It was Chalet, that's right.
Yeah, he got 2 kills up in Master.
That's right, 2 Master, that's right.
Yeah.
So that means ENCE is very capable of getting aces, basically.
Oh yeah, very clearly.
But I think that also goes to show for a fact that if you have a team where if one of your players is not doing so well on a given map, you've got another teammate that can carry him, that can bring that up, that you're not necessarily trying to just tread water and keep your head above. You're able to flourish even if one of your players is not necessarily doing the best.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look here at our brackets, though, of the playoffs. Now, this is how everything unfolded today. We started off with PENTA Sports and Millenium. PENTA Sports securing a 2-0 victory. I think that went to a 10-3
Yeah,
victory.
it was pretty one-sided.
10-3, 10-4, if I remember correctly. ENCE Esports and Supremacy is what we just watched. Yet again, every single map either of those teams have played, or every single series either of those teams have played, have always gone to overtime in that 3rd decider map. Guess what? This is the same thing that happened. PENTA and ENCE came out on top. Millenium and Supremacy will fight next week to determine who's going to take that 3rd and final spot to Germany.
So both the French teams did get pushed into the losers bracket, and it's going to be only one of them that's going to make it to LAN this time. Penta and ENCE, meanwhile, again, they're both making their way there, but they're going to have to play a match to decide the seeding. See who's going to come out number 1 seed and who's going to come out number 2 seed.
Now, it's worth noting here that last season, during the final week of playoffs, we saw Penta and ENCE.
It was the same
at the time,
two
it was
teams.
these two. It was these same 2 teams,
Yeah.
already guaranteed. They were just fighting for seeds. And this is where we saw Cafe, we saw Coastline, and I forget the third map we saw, but I think it was the first time we saw Coastline really get played. And
Yeah.
ultimately, Penta came out on top, and we identified that because it was a matter of saying, hey, Penta's really good in just maps that don't necessarily have.
Well, they play
strat heavy.
everything.
They do play everything.
Is their policy is just be ready to play every single map, and
Yep.
obviously that's going to work against a team like ENCE, who is a strat-based team who was not strategically sound. Like, they weren't ready to play on Coastline, and then more importantly, I mean, they played a Chonka on Coastline.
They did, and they fooled us. I remember it was Fabian. He fooled us with the blitz. I was very upset about that, and I still haven't forgotten
And I think
about
it was Shate fully committed to it, or was
He
it
did.
Penari?
No, it was Shata. He
Yeah.
committed to the blitz, and I thanked him for it afterwards. But nonetheless, though, that is going to be how today unfolded and how next week will continue to be. That is going to be Penta and ENCE securing that spot to land, fighting first match next week. However, we still have more Rainbow Six play before the next European scene. We've got North America on Monday. We have the Latin American scene on Tuesday. Now, the North American scene is one to watch because we still are going to figure out who is going to go to LAN. It's either going to be Elevate or it's going to be Flipside.
And that's huge because both of those teams are
LAN worthy.
We expect both of them to be there, right?
Yes.
Excellence is the big surprise. They're the ones coming out of nowhere going, hey, we are insanely good. Look at us.
Yes.
And that's actually also going to be a good match, VG versus Excellence, because, yes, it's just for seeding, but also both of those teams are undefeated right now. They've never lost a map in this whole season, so only one of them can go undefeated, and I think neither of them will. I think we're going to go to the third map.
I feel like we'll go to the third map on that because, like you said, they're both 6-0 after their 3 series.
Yeah.
But, ladies and gents, like we said, North America is going to be on Monday. It's going to start at 8 p.m. Eastern time in the U.S., 2 a.m. if you're over here in Central Europe. And if you're not up for North America, if you're only up for maybe the Latin American scene, which is a little bit earlier, that starts at 11 p.m. Central European time, 5 p.m. Eastern time. And if you're here just for the European League, be sure to tune in next week for some more final playoff days. It's going to start at 7 p.m. Central European time, 1 p.m. Eastern time. Ladies and gents, again, we're here from Katowice, Poland. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum. Here's Kickstar, and we wish you a good night.